There is so much to cover today. Jesus Christ. Cheesy crepes are based. Hello, 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 everybody. We're going to be starting a little bit early today just because I am ready and I don't feel like waiting. What's up, Wet Camera Inc? Watched a video on cutting interest rates causes inflation? Well, yeah, it does. A good example of this would be Turkey. Following COVID and like the rise in inflation globally, everywhere in the world raised interest rates, which created a lot of economic hardship for generally like people in whatever country you were in. However, Turkey did the opposite, whereas Turkey cut interest rates regularly. Erdogan said that the raising interest rates to deal with inflation was a conspiracy theory and lowered interest rates as well as gave money to people to be able to buy stuff because inflation did go up. They kept this policy for, I think, about 6 months. Inflation hit over 200% in Turkey. Turkey had to start using its own money of foreign currency to buy the Turkish lira to keep the lira from crashing entirely. So yeah, cutting interest rates does cause inflation in certain instances, but if you already have high inflation, cutting your interest rates will make it worse. Drunken Slav, what's up? Can I send you news from the Afghanistani Communist Party? Sure, absolutely. Thanks for the follow, the Clitrog monster. Loving the name, loving the name. All right, so I suppose we should get started. Got some interesting stuff happening all around the world. Let's start off with the easy breaking news. You posted it in the propaganda channel. Cool, I'll have a look at that in a little bit. Won't have time for it right now, I don't think, unless it'll relate. Have a look really quickly. It might relate. No, it's not going to relate to today's stream, but it will probably relate to tomorrow's because we have a lot of US issues as well as like Europe issues to have a look at. Can't even follow it anymore? Yeah, I know. I know it relates to Trump. It's just going to relate more to foreign policy, and today is going to be much more about what's happening in North America. But we had another plane crash today, just like an hour ago. And this one crashed into Manheim Township in Pennsylvania. This was in the parking lot of an elderly care home. Pretty bad. Obviously, you can see it was like a smaller plane. That's the tail sitting on top of somebody's car. It's honestly a miracle this one didn't crash straight into the building. We do have multiple injury reports, but so far no confirmed fatalities. What caused this crash? I have no idea. Not yet. It just happened like an hour ago, so honestly, I don't have any knowledge of what caused this. If any of you do find any, though, please let me know while I'm streaming, because it's kind of hard to take a look at what's happening at the same time. Orphanage next? Honestly, probably. I did say this last week, but there's a pretty good chance that we get an accidental 9/11 with how bad shit is. Just a plane fly into a building by accident. Anyway, I do have some good news, actually. And we had an election in Western Australia just a couple days ago in which the Labour Party won massively. Like, massively. And I feel like this could be an indicator for the upcoming election here in April or May. And if you don't remember, there are elections in Australia and in the UK that are going to be really, really, really important. Reform is still up in the UK, I believe. Hold on. UK election polls. We definitely do not want Reform to win. Actually, that's not too bad. It looks like we're getting tied in the UK too. So Labour's actually up 1 point from the from Reform. That's excellent. So this could be a trend. I do see quite a lot of anti-American sentiment growing worldwide. No, Cal Mike, did you see the footage of the anti-fascism protest in France? Yes, I did actually. I can't show you exactly what they were doing because it's TOS, but here's the link. I do love it when the French women go out there with their titties and start protesting. By the way, the airplane thing, I read the airplane door opened. I don't know how that led to them crashing. It could lead to an like a pressure issue inside the cabin, which then results in, I don't know, either the pilot passing out or an issue in steering. It could be any number of things at that point. If the door opened, that does make a bit of sense. But so, looking at these results and then comparing them to the few years prior to that, in 2021, the Labour Party also won with 59% of the vote at 846,000 votes, whereas the Liberal Party came in at 21% at 300,000. The year before that, in 2017, you can see the Liberal Party is only at 42%, whereas the Labour Party is at 31%. And then you go back to 2013, in which the Liberal Party loses to the Labour Party loses to the Liberal Party, who's at 47%. So ever since 2013, there has been a drop in popularity in the Liberal Party, in Western Australia specifically, but keep in mind that quite a lot of mining happens in Western Australia, and Liberal has continued to grow in popularity. This could be quite a good indicator for the upcoming election. Sapras, yep, inflation was 74% in 2024, now it's 39. We're thankful for this. It's still an ugly situation, but Erdogan is trying to join the EU in exchange for giving Ukraine better weapons. Yep, we're going to talk about that at some point. I have seen it, and it's excellent. And since there's no army in Europe and Ukraine, they're calling for the Turks to the table. Honestly, it's a good hand. Turkey's wanted to join the European Union for a long time. And Europe does not want Turkey in the EU. Like, this has been a consistent trend. Human rights violations, authoritarianism. Obviously, Erdogan is not necessarily the most democratic leader in Europe, but Turkey is kind of necessary for Europe's defense as well as Ukraine's defense coming up. So we kind of do need Turkey to ascend to EU status. And that's why people keep asking for early elections 27. Okay, Assad may have been defeated, but didn't solve the refugee crisis. Islamists didn't get rid of the bigotism. Well, I mean, a lot of that has to be community stuff. Like, you have to do that interpersonally. If you live in Turkey, you have to go out and talk to people, you know? It's the same issue as anywhere else. People are dumb, guys. We say this about Americans often, and it's very much true, but you could almost certainly, pretty easily, take that idea of people are dumb and apply it to everywhere else. What's up, long leg Homo sapien? Speaking of people are dumb, I didn't vote for eggs, though lower egg prices would be nice. I actually voted for Trump to burn the entire corrupt system to the ground and begin again with something better. Why did you vote for Trump? I voted for the price of groceries. I voted for the price of gasoline. I voted to stop the invasion. Oh, look, groceries, egg prices. Like, they don't actually even remember the things that they say themselves. They don't remember the things that they believed themselves, because this is the system. It's the constant flow of information that counters, that does not fit in with whatever the last thing was, confusing you. That's kind of the whole point. They want you to not be able to have a consistent and coherent train of thought that goes from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. Because, you know, logic. The democratic deficit becomes a weaker argument against Turkey while Austria is still a member state. True. They are also trying to, at the moment, suspend Hungary's voting rights in the EU, which would be fucking awesome. What's up, Oxpecker? Wow. Well, I mean, this is horrible, but it also does go with the people are dumb argument. Can I kill an illegal human? Man accused of killing fiancé asked Google whether he could get away with murder because the victim was an undocumented immigrant, cops say. That tracks. Happened in Texas, also tracks. Taiwan, 31, is charged with the murder in January death of a 27-year-old Luis Banos, Norberto. Vaughn is accused of shooting Norberto in the face and then moving his body in an attempt to make it look like suicide. Of course. What's up, Oxyander? And this is why all that illegal immigrant shit is harmful. No such thing as illegal persons. True. I do try and say undocumented as often as I can, but like sometimes when you're talking to a right-winger, you kind of got to adopt their language. But yeah, illegal human speaks fucking volumes. This is America. That's kind of it. This is America now. At least the ruling class. Speaking of, we were the only country in the United Nations today to vote, rather yesterday, to vote against declaring an International Day of Hope. Some of the comments are pretty dark. I'm not surprised at all. This story shows exactly why language has power over thought. I say this all the time. The way that you think about not only yourself but the world shapes how you view yourself and the world. Take it more personally. If you constantly talk shit about yourself, if you have bad self-talk to the point where any mistake you make, you're instantly telling yourself you're a piece of shit, you're gonna feel like a piece of shit. But you can also do the opposite. You can tell yourself good things and make yourself feel better, which you should do. But take that and apply that to outside of just you, to other people. Obviously, if everybody does this, it affects the way that everybody sees the world. It affects the way that everybody behaves, engages with the world. It's the same. Remember a couple months ago, we had Dr. Ali Lukes. We read her thesis on olfactory ethics and how smell can influence the way we behave and the way we perceive people, and how it can be useful in trying to find certain types of behavioral traits or belief traits or ideologies. That also ties into this, because all of reality is how you decide to perceive it. You get input from your sense of smell, your sense of taste, your sense of touch, your sense of sight, and you put all of that together and you decide mentally. You decide actively, in fact, not even just passively. Now, you might choose to do it passively, but that's an active decision on your part. And then you get to decide the way that you want to view the world, the way that you want to engage with the world, the way that you want to view other people in the world. Now, does that mean that you're going to be correct 100% of the time? Obviously not, but you do get to decide your starting basis. And whatever happens in your daily life that either adds into that or conflicts with that, you have to make decisions accordingly. Either include that into what you believe, the way that you see the world, or find an argument for it, counter it somehow. Regardless of the fact that we were the only country to vote against an International Day of Hope speaks volumes to me as well. Like, literally, Israel voted for this. What do you think, what do you think about you bring about? Yeah, what you think about you bring about. That's true. I mean, it sounds cheesy and cliche. You know, it's the secret from the early 2000s of you do get to decide your perspective, your worldview, your experience. And the US is anti-hope. I mean, that tracks. But Like, think about that. The only country to vote against it. Turkey abstained. That's interesting. But, I don't know, man. Even, like, where's Russia? Russia surely voted for this, or did they abstain? Oh, there. They voted for it. There it is. Sorry, I forgot whether R goes after S or before S. It's early. Oh, speaking of time, the daylight savings time has occurred, so stream time has changed, so it'll now be 6 p.m. Eastern, or 6:30 Eastern when we start, rather than 5:30 like normal. I'm sure some of you noticed. Why did the U.S. Vote against it? It would have been a payday off. Because it's woke. Hope is woke, and that's why we voted against it. It was gay and woke. But you know what's not gay and woke? This from last week. Footage has now been released, which appears to show yesterday's accidental bombing in South Korea, in which an ROKAF KF-16 multi-role fighter dropped 8 MK-82 500-pound bombs on the town of Dongmyeon in the Gyeonggi province during a live fire exercise with the U.S. Air Force. Unironically, it sounds like a joke, but you're right, we did vote against it because it's woke. Literally, yeah, no, that was it. Like, it sounds like a joke, but that is our reasoning. Shit's gay and woke. But accidentally dropping 8 500-pound bombs on a U.S. ally? That's not. Anti-hope is pretty accurate for us, eh? How do you drop 8 500-pound bombs out of a plane by accident? Can someone explain that to me? Because that I don't understand. You guys want to see Mike Johnson calling Donald Trump a hardened criminal? Because it's excellent.
From around the world to come here, including hardened criminals, The
fact that he points
from around the world to come here, including hardened criminals,
at Donald Trump when he says the words hardened criminals is so very funny. What's up, Solomon Roster? I can't get over it.
Hardened criminals.
The Freudian slips in this administration have been pretty, S tier. So, also, we had Elon Musk fail to launch another rocket this week, which then also resulted in debris falling pretty much all over the world, causing massive ecological, economic damage.
I just saw that Starship blew up. There it is.
I'm pretty sure this is really bad for everybody. Well, like, obviously, I dislike Elon. I hate to see rockets fail, space equipment fail or fuck up. It's disappointing. I agree. But what's worse than this, it's not just the failure. It's that when this rocket blows up, it releases chemicals, minerals, toxic material that then falls onto whatever part of the Earth it is currently over or the wind patterns are going to bring it to. This does damage widely, not just in a small area. And this damage can be really long-lasting.
Hey, turns out tonight Elon Musk blew something up and disrupted the lives of thousands of Americans.
The Gulf of Space degree, yeah.
For the second time in less than 2 months.
They had to delay planes because they were in danger of getting hit with falling debris.
A rocket launched by Elon Musk's company SpaceX exploded and rained potentially dangerous debris down over a wide area of Earth, causing real chaos for planes and airline passengers.
But too, I agree. Y'all is better than you all. We need some y'allidarity up in this place.
This was the most recent test of SpaceX's Starship rocket. Musk says he wants to use Starship to one day take people to Mars. This one lifted off around 6:30 p.m. Eastern from the southern tip of Texas. In a statement, SpaceX said that, quote, During Starship's ascent burn, the vehicle experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
No apology needed, Solomon Roster. Rapid descheduled disassembly, unscheduled disassembly. That's a very interesting way to say my rocket blew up.
The vehicle experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. Rapid, unscheduled disassembly is kind of Elon Musk's specialty these days, especially in a way that really messes with other people through no fault of their own. As debris rained down tonight from Elon Musk's failed rocket, multiple airports in Florida, including Miami and Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach and Orlando.
The rocket is methane and oxygen powered. NASA rockets are the carcinogenic ones. That's not entirely true, and it's not just the fuel, Tyler.
Were all brought to a complete halt, ground stop at all of those airports. Even departures as far north as the Philadelphia airport were significantly delayed. Now, as I mentioned, this is the second time this has happened in recent weeks. SpaceX's last test of the Starship rocket suffered a similar fate in mid-January. When that happened, the FAA grounded Starship and has since been overseeing SpaceX's investigation of what went wrong, even though that investigation...
Again, who knows what the fuck is in some of this stuff? It's not like they're going to tell us. There could be radioactive material falling out. Now, I'm not saying that there is any in there, but, I mean, some of the minerals that they could be using on some of the, like, heat shield, for example, that kind of stuff, it exploded, guys. The rocket exploded into tiny, tiny, tiny little pieces and then rained down onto Earth. So obviously, like, it's not just the fuel. It's not just some of the, like, bigger pieces. It's the fact that there are now tiny pieces of this scattering everywhere.
Is still underway. Last week, the FAA nevertheless cleared SpaceX to launch another one, even though the investigation into why the last one blew up wasn't complete.
Yeah, the fact that we didn't even know why the last one blew up and then they were allowed to launch another one is also pretty, like, not great.
Why'd they clear it? I don't know. But of course, in between those two flights, Donald Trump was sworn in as president. He installed Elon Musk, his top campaign donor.
Stock photos assimilate. It's nuts that the sector got privatized. NASA was far more respectable with this responsibility. Every company, every sector that has been privatized is always worse. Privatization is worse. In, like, our current context, anything that is privatized will instantly reduce in quality. Look at Boeing. Boeing used to be one of the best airplanes in the world. They were known for quality. And then they became a government contractor and started getting, you know, being welfare queens. And then they stopped trying. The privatization of companies from the government also does this exact thing. Because think about that. That was also a form of privatization. We have the U.S. Army of Engineers, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. That should be their job. But instead, we give it to a private company, and then their planes start falling out the sky, and their doors start opening mid-flight. Like, we had whistleblowers dying because they were explaining that people were watching planes being built with missing bolts, with fried wires. Like, come on. Anything that is privatized loses its responsibility to the voters, the constituents, to the people, the country, and is instead directed to the responsibility is of their stockholders. Fiduciary responsibility.
It's kind of his co-president. Musk's Doge austerity operation fired hundreds of people at the FAA. And the FAA reportedly decided to suddenly start using Starlink satellite terminals made by Musk's company. Speaking of Elon Musk lighting up the night sky, I should also mention that this electronic billboard just went up in Times Square today in Manhattan. Fire Elon Musk! He fired 6,000 veterans. He wants to cut Medicare. Who is running the White House? Fire Elon Musk.
I do like seeing quite a lot more protest directed towards Elon Musk, but I need y'all to understand that if we get Elon out, that doesn't change anything. Like, if Elon suddenly disappeared today, just off the face of the earth, no explanation, nothing would change. Not a single thing would. Because he's not the one that's perpetuating everything. There's more to this. Teal is behind the scenes. We're now dealing with foreign countries. Like, this is more than that. Speaking of, though, we were just watching Maddow, and Trump seems to really dislike Rachel Maddow.
frankly, what Nicole Wallace said, I've never been a fan of hers, and she's not very talented. But I'll tell you, what she said the other day about that young man is disgraceful. She should be forced to resign. And Rachel Maddow should be forced to resign.
You are correct, Wet
Nobody
Camera
watches
Inc.
her anyway. I don't know if it's not possible they pay her as much money as I hear, but certainly she's lost all credibility, both of them. But would they...
I feel like, if anything, Rachel Maddow has gained more credibility, because I wouldn't have attributed much to her prior to this, and, like, now I do, because at least she's one of the ones that actually speaks out. And you're entirely right, Wet Camera Inc., in that, like, just taking Elon and Bezos's money, you have to understand that in the United States, just in the United States, we have enough wealth, if you take the billionaires' wealth, that every single person in the United States, let alone the world, could live an upper middle class lifestyle without having to work at all for the rest of their lives and their children's lives, easily, comfortably. If we spread this out to the world, maybe you get a middle class lifestyle, not an upper middle class lifestyle. But regardless of that, like, this wealth exists. We have it. It's quite a bit of money. Again, understand the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. And they have hundreds of this. 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. And they have hundreds of billions of dollars. What's up, Froj Foibles?
What they said the other day, they should be forced to resign about that young person.
I don't even know what he's talking about, but Nicole Wallace and Rachel Maddow are definitely not being forced to resign, kind of making the network the most money that they can possibly get at the moment. Now, this one's fake, but it doesn't matter. I like it. And it is true that Elon is very much upset that people are calling it swastikars. And it is very true that Tesla is losing money. So I guess the tweet in and of itself is fake, but everything included in the tweet is 100% real. Minus the canceling of Easter. I don't know what that's supposed to be. But keep calling it swastikars, guys. Keep being mad. Keep pointing it out. Keep, you know what, I can't say that last bit, but you know what I mean. Direct action, protest, etc., etc. And then we jump to some of the more bad stuff. So first of all, as we've said again, there's no such thing as transgender mice. There just isn't. They're called transgenic mice, and they're infinitely cooler. Transgenic mice, we can change their color, all right? We can make them glow in the dark. There's obviously quite a lot of uses of transgenic mice in medical research, in research of cancer, etc., but I still, like, they're stuck on the transgender mice when transgenic mice is such a cooler story. It makes so much more sense. It's cooler. It's interesting. Who doesn't want to hear about glow-in-the-dark mice? Like, they could have got good press off of this instead of, oh, okay, so more let's hate trans people. Which they've been doing a lot of this week, so, you know, it is what it is. At the same time, though, that was actually supposed to be later in the lineup, we have Donald Trump, who's not even remotely concerned with the American well-being. He's more concerned with his own popularity.
And so FIFA is very, very interested under my presidency to develop a FIFA coin, to do it from here, from America, and to conquer the 5 billion soccer fans in the world. So if there is anyone here who is interested to team up with FIFA, here we are, together with the United States.
By the way, this is a direct result of Saudi Arabian influence.
We'll conquer the world of soccer with the FIFA coin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That coin, that's
Oh, this is FIFA coin. All right, it's another meme coin.
that coin may be worth more than FIFA in the end.
The era of crypto rug pulls is in its prime.
Be quite a coin, actually. Huh? Anyway, thank you.
Like, this is what they're worried about. They're worried about how to steal more money from you. Again, all crypto is a rug pull and a scam. He's sitting here talking about FIFA coin. He wants the World Cup to happen in America. It's all grift. That's all they're worried about. They don't give a fuck about you and your well-being. Because at the same time, we have Representative Massey introducing a bill to abolish the Federal Reserve. So, obviously this is terrible. The Federal Reserve is incredibly important. Trump is very mad because he does not have the authority to fire the director of the Federal Reserve. He has his own authority, but they want to get rid of it because the Federal Reserve is what decides interest rates, for example. And as Donald Trump is creating more inflation, the Federal Reserve is going to want to raise interest rates, which is not going to make Trump happy. So this whole idea of let's get rid of the Federal Reserve is a great way to bring about a Great Depression. It's funny to talk about crypto as valuable. No crypto has any inherent value. True. It's an evolution of what were those like little memes that you would pay money for with crypto? They're like gifts that you can't use in any way, but you can buy them and they're online forever and it means nothing. It's the same thing. NFTs, yeah, it's the same thing. They're all scams. It's all a grift. America's main export is grift. I already made my money on Bitcoin and never touched it again. And if you got in early and managed to like get some money out of it, good for you. But again, like it is a scam. And at this point, I wouldn't touch it with a like 50-foot pole if I had $10 million. If I had $10 million, I'd, go help some homeless people and stuff. But that's a whole other story. This is really bad. So, monetizing debt is closely coordinated effort between the White House, Federal Reserve, and Treasury Department's Congress, big banks on Wall Street. Representative Massey continued. Through this process, retirees see their savings evaporate due to the actions of a central bank pursuing inflationary policies that will benefit the wealthy and connected. If we really want to reduce inflation, the most effective way is to end the Federal Reserve. Just straight up lying. Again, the money that these people are losing is not because of the Federal Reserve raising interest rates. It's because of the government's policies, the administration's policies, raising inflation that requires interest rates to go up. What they want to do is exactly what Turkey did. They want to cut interest rates as inflation rises, which will destroy the economy even more. Again, Turkey had over 200% inflation. Goods went up in price 200, 300, 400%. And they want to get rid of the Federal Reserve. What's up, Shardsport? Good to see ya. So this would be horrible, especially if they also get rid of the FDIC, because then you can just guarantee Great Depression. And then we have Homeland Security ending collective bargaining for TSA officers. Now I'm going to say, I don't know about you, but in the current state of things, with the lack of, regulation, security, the FBI and CIA have been cut and none of them are paying attention. We got planes falling out the sky. I'm not sure cutting the TSA's unions is going to be, good. I feel like if you piss off these people, that might end poorly. Got any sound for me?
Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed.
Okay, again, with a video that's entirely unrelated to the body of the article. Trump administration said Friday it would rescind the bargaining contract for screening officers at TSA, setting up a clash with the union, who called it an attack on workers' rights. It is, by the way. I'm still unsure if in a year we'll be a nuclear power. I mean, we are a nuclear... Oh, if we'll still be a nuclear power. Honestly, I don't know at this point. It looks like we're kind of dismantling all of America, including the defense, including the Pentagon. The issue being, we're still going to be a nuclear power because we're not just dismantling it and getting rid of it. We're dismantling it and privatizing it. Oh, hey, yeah, $5.99. Please drop a follow, and also go drop a follow on the YouTube stream, and or like on the YouTube stream and a follow, because that really helps. I was at 600, but a massive botnet unfollowed me all at once the other day, and I was like, okay. Well, it is what it is. I imagine those were people that were masquerading as liberals or leftists who moved over to the MAGA end to try and convince MAGA to hate Ukraine even more. So in a statement from the Homeland Security Agency, said striking the agreement means transportation security officers will no longer lose their hard-earned to a union that does not represent them. The Trump administration is committed to returning the merit-based hiring and firing policies. Unions will always protect you. You pay money to that union so the union can function and protect you and your fellow workers. That's why you give the union money. The Trump administration is going to steal your money. They are not hiring based on merit. If they were hiring based on merit, the government would be functional. So, like, no. Privatizing nukes, that doesn't sound like an absolutely horrible idea. Yeah, it doesn't, does it? You know, they want to put them in space, too. What's up, Camel? Fair enough. I mean, I was gonna say you could always put subtitles on, but I'll try and be nice for you. The DHS claimed TSA agents were doing more union work than screening 86% of the airports, prompting the Democratic leader of the House Homeland Security Committee to accuse the agency of lying. Again, this is bad. Unions are good. Getting rid of collective bargaining is bad. You'd be surprised how many right-wingers how many right-wing tradespeople hate their own unions. No, I wouldn't be surprised. We've had propaganda to make you hate your unions in America since like the 80s. It's been ingrained in your head that unions steal your money, that unions don't work for you. Meanwhile, like, the unions do. Look at the dock worker strike that happened just before the election. That was a strong union that went on strike. Now, of course, like, that was a bit sus, and the union lead was excellent in how strong his speech was. And when Biden came out and said he didn't believe in Taft, the union immediately won and got its new contract, or at least bargaining for its new contract. Collective bargaining works. We fought for this in the 1800s and the 1900s. I don't know. Nukes in space, Elon in space with nukes is not good. Yeah, no. Not all in the hole. I hope a black hole opens up right where we want to place them and just siphons it all in. Speaking of black holes, let's take a look at some of the horrific shit that's being done in America right now. Actually, before this, war heroes and military firsts are among the 26,000 images flagged for removal in the Pentagon's DEI purge. This includes, by the way, the Enola Gay. So, references to a World War II Medal of Honor recipient, the Enola Gay aircraft that dropped the atomic bomb on Japan, and the first woman to pass the Marine Infantry training are among the tens of thousands of photos and online posts marked for deletion as the Defense Department works to purge diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Don't forget DEIA, the way they say it. This is stupid. First of all, why are you getting rid of these photos? They're photos. What is this photo existing in Pentagon records have anything to do with... First of all, yeah, like, gay didn't even mean gay here. Gay used to mean happy. But it's obviously far too triggering for the snowflake conservatives to see the word gay. And so they had to get rid of the plane that dropped the atomic bomb. Nukes are gay. That's true. I mean, look, Tucker Carlson said it. He said after we dropped the first nuke, we spiritually changed as a country. So, I feel like that's gay. Happy is too woke. That's two. Hope is gay and woke too. Don't forget that one. They don't remember the Flintstones. Have a gay old time. It was a cheerful word back then. Like, it wasn't even all that long ago that gay meant something entirely different. The plane was named after one of the pilot's mothers. That's even funnier. But, like, again, why delete these photos? What good does this do? Are we that low on money? Are we that poor that we can't afford the storage space, the hard drive for some photos? One official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to provide details that have not been made public said the purge could delete as many as 100,000 images or posts in total, when considering social media pages and other websites that have also being called for DEI content. Symbolic reactionary chuds to circle jerk too. That is kind of what this is. This is essentially the book burnings. This is the Nazi book burnings in action. It's just, you know, we're in modern day now and everything's digitalized, so now you're just deleting them, you're purging them, you don't have the symbolic burning of these the same way. But this is what that is. Burning, like, books and deleting hundreds of thousands or 26 to 100,000 images of diversity, equity, inclusion, or accessibility that's ever occurred in the government is just book burns. That's what that is. It has to be. The vast majority of the Pentagon purge targets women and minorities, including notable milestones. The removal of a large number of posts that mention various commemorative months, such as Black History Month, people and women. Like, this is book burning. This is actually close, more akin to, like, burning of the Institute of Sexology. Because it's not just book burning, it's book burning of a specific group, a specific targeted group or groups that you're trying to delete from history. It's like how they got rid of mentions of trans people with Stonewall. Digital book burnings cause less hysteria and foster less resistance, unfortunately. Yeah. And that's why we don't, like, immediately think of it as this. Gaslighting and whitewashing history. Women specifically were critical to the war efforts in the world wars. To dismiss or cover that up is just revising history, but that's what they want to do. Again, this is Nazi shit. What we're reading right now, this entire article, is the Pentagon is doing Nazi shit. Which, I don't know, like, it shouldn't surprise you. Here's some of the words that are being deleted, according to the New York Times. I want to point out that how they go about this, right, is they keyword search one of these words, and then they delete every entry under that word. Now, not only is this stupid, but it's also inefficient and very likely to produce unwanted outcomes. Think about this list of words. Can you not think of, I don't know, maybe a document that they might want to keep that could be under any of these words? Like socioeconomic, for example? Systemic? How about political? Like, oh, you're going to get rid of all of these words. Native American. Maybe they're being woke and they want a more specific by using an indigenous person. To be fair, Captain Buggy, from the Native Americans that I've met, most of them just prefer to get called Indian. They feel, the ones that I have talked to at the very least want to take back that word. Just like the queer community took back the word queer. But yeah, advocate. They want to get rid of belong. If you are in the government and you are keyword searching these and just deleting every mention of them, you're going to lose documents that you want. By the way, what's B? Because we have DEI, DEIA, and then we have DEIAB. What's DEIAB? Diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, and what? What's the B? DEIJ? I guess justice would be the last one there, but like I don't know what the B is. It depends on the people. I stick to indigenous for general use. Yeah, so do I, but like still. And burritos. They want to take away your burritos, guys. They don't want you to be able to have a nice big Chipotle burrito filled with the guac and the sour cream. They don't want it. They're getting rid of females. They don't want you to have the big titty bitty bring you the burrito on your date. That's what they're taking away from you. The bussy. They're taking away the bussy, the biddies, the burritos, everything. They hate you. And it's bad enough that Germany issued a warning for trans and non-binary people to not come to the US. That's going too far. Not the bussy, not the biddies. Exactly. Get up and fight on the street, guys. You gotta go to the protest. I want my biddies, I want my burritos, and I want my bussy, my booty. Like, people enjoy these things. These are human things. This isn't even like, I'm not even making a joke because they kind of do actually want to get rid of the bussy. They want to get rid of the burrito. They want to get rid of the biddies. So yeah, I'm like, in a way, all of that is true. Every single word of that is true. And you should be pretty fucking mad about it. These are anti-happiness positions. No. They are essential, unironically. I still find it crazy those motherfuckers banned porn in my state. They banned porn in half the country. So anyway, Germany issues a warning for trans and non-binary people traveling to the US, which is pretty, like, it's wild when Germany's doing this. Not that like, Germany's been alright lately, but to read that as a normie would be insane. The USA is anti-human. We are a death cult. Utah legislature passed a bill to prohibit the display of pride flags in government and school buildings. This is like, what was it, Idaho? The one that passed this same bill, but also allowed Nazi flags in it just like a couple weeks ago. And what's getting worse is this is the new proposed act in Texas. It's a bill that's been brought up relating to creating a criminal offense of gender identity fraud, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Texas. Section 1, subchapter D, chapter 32 of the Penal Code is amended by adding section 32.515 to read as follows. Gender identity fraud, a person commits an offense if the person knowingly makes a false or misleading verbal or written statement to a governmental entity or a person's employer by identifying the person's biological sex as the opposite of the biological sex assigned to that person at birth. An offense under this section is a state jail felony. So they made it a felony to be trans, or rather they're attempting to make it a felony to be trans in Texas. If you go to the capital.texas.gov site and you look for this, by the way, this is the page that comes up. This is not a glitched thing. It's not like the page isn't loading. This is just what it is. So applying for a job while trans equals a felony? Yes. And basically everything else as well. Being trans is a felony in Texas if this passes. It's identity fraud, nonetheless, which is fucking insane. This act would take effect on September the 1st, 2025. How many years will it take to undo the next 4? Probably about a century. Now remember, this is how they view trans people. All of this is a lie. Obviously, it's not surprising they would make a law like that, but that's overtly genocidal, just so you know.
To protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old.
What this means is the teachers were asked by the student to use the preferred pronouns, and the teachers use the preferred pronouns. That's what that is. That's all it is. And the preferred name. Socialized.
Little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband.
Conspired to deceive. The only instance I can think of this is if the child was afraid of being abused by their parents, if their parents find out, and so the school didn't tell their parents, which, by the way, is the right thing to do. If you think that the school should have to tell you every single thing about your child, including things that they don't want you to know, then you're a bad parent. Sorry. No, not sorry. So that's what that is.
While encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them.
Ich bin dead, that was Texas. I don't know what state he's talking about.
Pronoun, actually. All without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse.
You mean she's an advocate for child abuse? You people want child abuse. You people want to groom the children. The right wing, again, we say this all the time, every accusation is a confession. Every accusation they have around children, 100%, right? Like Donald Trump is a convicted rapist. Donald Trump is an Epstein friend. Donald Trump had to go to court and just barely doesn't have any records of a case in which he's accused of allegedly raping a 13-year-old along with Jeffrey Epstein named Katie Johnson in New York, that case being only dropped because the witness was too afraid to come forward after being harassed. The right wing are the ones that want to do genital inspections. Yes, we recently just saw a vote for a bill that would require genital inspections, just barely fail. That was sponsored by the right wing. Again, it's always the same agenda. They want to take children's rights away. They want parents' rights, just means children are property of their parents and have no rights. And every groomer accusation is you are making it more difficult for us to groom our children. That's what that means.
January, thank you.
Gotta create a fucking dictionary of what do they mean when they say this. Yes, like genuinely, a dictionary would be nice. Having a nice little encyclopedia of what do they mean when they say this thing? Because all they do is lie. This would be genocide, by the way. Identity fraud as a felony for trans people just existing. That's genocide, overtly. Jimmy Normandy, removing the word woman from government documents, documented history is literally denying the existence of over half the population. You know what? That's also, in a way, genocidal. Now, are they trying to kill all the women? No. But they are trying to enslave all of the women. They are trying to remove any history, any memory of women's independence, women's skills, women's achievements. They want women to be viewed solely as the housewife. And that is a form of genocide. This is just objective 100% Geneva Convention genocide. The children and the wife should all be property of the male in their eyes. Exactly. They think of the world as like the man is the head of the house, and everyone else has to do what he says, and the only person the man has to listen to is other men that are higher ranking than him. It's a class structure that is based solely on men and the rights of men. Also, they're going after ADHD and autistic folk again.
Officials confirmed this weekend that the CDC is set to conduct a large-scale study to examine if there's a link between vaccines and autism. This is despite hundreds of worldwide clinical trials and studies proving there is no link.
There is no link.
Including at least 2 previous CDC investigations. The Trump administration still pushing forward. News Nation's Alina Shirazi is...
Oh, don't worry. I see that coming too, Cave Dweller. We have to kill them for the good of the community. The social contagion of transness.
live in Washington, D.C. with the latest. This is a divisive issue, Alina. What are you learning?
It's one of the more controversial topics, Hannah. You know, the news comes amid one of the largest measles outbreaks the United States has seen in years, centered in West Texas
I
as
feel
well.
like maybe we should be focusing on the measles, the tuberculosis, the dysentery, the bird flu, rather than autism, because it has no links to vaccines. Autism is a social construct in the way that, like, the context that we live in, the material conditions that we live in, as well as the social conditions that we live in, produce the symptoms of autism, the thought patterns, the brain adjusts and adapts to your environment. Now, obviously, there are much more severe cases that calling it a social construct in and of itself is not enough, because there is genetic components to this. It's not just one. But we don't understand the inner workings of autism well enough to make that claim as hard proof, that it is social, that it is linked to genetics solely. It is a mixture of nature and nurture. There is no outside force like a vaccine causing autism. The outside force causing autism is capitalism. It's the social construct that we live in, the social context that we live in. It perpetuates the need for the mental processes of an autistic person as coping mechanisms for their reality. The same exists for ADHD. Are these real conditions? Absolutely. Should they be validly treated? Absolutely. But do they exist in a vacuum? Probably sometimes, but not as often as it does now. Now, conservatives confuse this regularly because it's the increase in amount of autism and ADHD over time. Now, the left tends to say, oh, this is because it's becoming more normalized, which is also true. But it is more than that. It is socially affected. If students in primary school didn't have to sit at a desk for 6 hours a day quietly learning about shit they don't care about, I guarantee you less of those kids would be ADHD. If you change the structure of education, you will have a noticeable decrease in the amount of kids that are ADHD over time. Now, when we're talking about autism, it's not that simple, but it's certainly not as simple as saying it's vaccines. If they try that shit, they'll find that roses have thorns. True. Vaccines equals autism? Really? Are we still running this nonsense? Yes, absolutely. They haven't changed even remotely in 10 years. Destroying all society and civilization for the goal of creating a bizarre white male ethno-state paradise. But just a projection of all of their insecurities instead. That's true. Captain Buggy, the vaccine made me silly, and now I can't stop Fed posting at capitalists. That's what the vaccine does. That's true. There was a researcher who falsified research results that mercury levels in MMR vaccines contribute to autism. That's been like, is that not the one claim that they constantly come back to from like 2 decades ago? More accurately, is that their insecurities are getting hijacked? Well, that too, because there is a concerted effort to hijack the insecurities of Americans specifically to produce this kind of outcry.
Claims that autism is linked to vaccine. Ongoing increase in autism cases is a result of increased awareness of the disorder and ongoing changes in the way that doctors diagnose it. Claims that autism is linked to vaccines, though, Hannah, have long been disproven by the scientific community. We heard,
but you know, these people don't believe in science, so that doesn't matter to them. And you're right, Finland education system is much better than America's. They actually have hands-on learning instead of just over-testing. Like, it's not just over-testing, right? It's the system in which you're learning creates the need for more testing because more children will exhibit ADHD symptoms if you put them in a position in which they have to cope with their context to be able to actually do what they need to do. If you don't fit into the very strict box the society expects you to fit into, you can get extreme anxiety, feel socially isolated, and then you start getting called autistic. But like, that's the thing, it's not getting called autistic, Ghost Pepper. That produces the autism in some context, not for everybody, but it also perpetuates the necessity for the autistic thinking patterns, the behavioral patterns. It creates a higher necessity for coping strategies that are based in your autism or your ADHD. Now, I'm gonna, like, I don't know if I'll get any flack for this, but I fully believe that someone who has ADHD can no longer need, like, can come to a state of not having ADHD any longer. Now, do I know how to do that? No. Because if I did, I wouldn't need to take Vyvanse every day. Now, is it okay to take medication? Absolutely. Absolutely. You're not responsible for solving the ADHD crisis. Take your fucking meds. Is it a concept that is possible in the long term? Absolutely. Should we really focus on looking for it? I think we can do better. I think if you just fix the material context, the material conditions, the context that we live in, then a lot of these will lessen in and of themselves. Oh, by the way, just some more information on the bill that makes being trans a felony in Texas.
House Bill 3817
supposed to be
is the
earlier.
work of Republican Representative Dr. Tom Oliverson from Cyprus. Under the bill, if a transgender person makes a verbal or written statement saying they are the sex they identify with rather than their biological sex to a government agency or their employer, they could be committing gender identity fraud. HB 3817 makes this a state jail felony, punishable by up to 2 years.
2 years? Are you kidding? 2 fucking years. Wait, holy shit, I think that just got me to 600. Shut up, I didn't play you.
Oh, nice.
No! God damn it. Hold on. Ah. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. And thank you to Zachap. Shout out coming your way. Based as hell. And thank you guys for getting me back up to 600. They want to make me a felon and throw me in prison if I tell them that I'm non-binary? Yes, that is what they want to do. Again.
House Bill 3817 is the work of Republican Representative Dr. Tom Oliverson from Cyprus. Under the bill, if a transgender person makes a verbal or written statement saying they are the sex they identify with rather than their biological sex to a government agency or their employer, they could be committing gender identity fraud. HB 3817 makes this a...
Yet our insurance companies commit fraud every day, and then they just get preferred seating or whatever congressional presidential event. And that's the thing, you know, all of the laws only apply to the poor. It's been this way since Trump won. They will make laws that only apply to you if you have like $500 million or less. New level of be gay, do crime just dropped. Yeah, literally. 2 years in prison and a $10K fine for telling your employer that you are, I don't know, a man if you were assigned female at birth. These people will call you an illegal human, and now your actual identity is fraud, insanely dehumanizing. This is genocide. This is genocidal. It openly is. Criminalizing your identity is genocide. Putting you in prison for existing, calling you a felon for just being you. No, that's the whole point here. But on some good news, Representative Zephyr managed to somehow flip 13 Republicans on a anti-trans bill that would ban drag in, what is this? Montana.
Representative Zephyr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here I am again to rise on another bill targeting the LGBTQ community. I first want to start off and say, at its very core, drag is art. Drag is a beautiful art. Drag has a deep history in this country, and it is a history that is important to my community.
It's being erased, but again, remember, art is not a thing that the conservative mind can comprehend.
You know, if you are a woman in this body wearing a suit today, you are challenging gender norms that existed long ago. And in some ways, drag does work to challenge those norms. There were 3 articles.
This is the base woman who they kicked out of her own office, so she had to do her work in the lobby/food area. I may be thinking of someone else, but it was her. Based. Art is gay, woke, and communist. True.
Articles of clothing laws 50 years ago that said if you wore 3 articles of clothing that were indicative of the opposite gender, that the police could stop you and arrest you. It was those laws that led to the police raiding an LGBTQ bar in New York and led to the Stonewall riots, one of the most important civil rights moments in my community's history. I also want to reject the notion, however, that these are, as the sponsor says, events where explicit content is expected or where audience expect risque entertainment.
God, they're such pussies. Why are they always such pussies? It's explicit content. So I'm starting to suspect that their plans for trans people isn't entirely genocide, not trans women anyway. Trans sex workers are still prominent on Twitter, and a surprising amount of trans models in adult entertainment still live in Florida, despite how transphobic Florida's laws seem to be. Like, it isn't kill them genocide. It's take all of their rights away and create a slave class, like a slave caste. That's kind of what they want. Because you know right-wingers love trans women. That's like one of the main types of porn that they look up. They want to create a slave caste. They want the sex worker. They want all trans people to be forced sex workers. That is part of the genocide. It is part of the genocide in and of itself. It all fits together, and it's all a road that we're going down, you know? If you want to see conservatives' inability to process art, there's an old video of Ben Shapiro trying to articulate the incredible detail that rap and hip-hop isn't music. I have seen that. What's up, Zach?
Drag story hours I have been to here in Montana. They are like Disney princesses.
Basically, Shard Spork, and that is still going to continue with the genocide, because I mean, think about how, like, it's not like they're not going to abuse the people that they have created a caste of sex slaves for. Look at how they treat everybody. Look at how they talk about trans people. They would torture you in this context. This is some evil fucking shit. Again, like, we are in the height of everything is getting increasingly Hitlerite every day now. So, like, pay attention. It was her, I just looked it up. They banned her from the House floor, so she had to do all her work in the lobby. And some transphobic bigots would sit in her only seat so that she had to stand. Fucking cunts.
People. We had people come in and talk about this. These are spaces where people come up and they sit down in libraries, and parents elect to bring their children and learn about books and the love of reading. And also, yes, be involved in part and to hear stories told from members of my community. that is important and that is beautiful, and I do not think that we should be standing up and saying that this art form, because it's somehow connected to my community, is not allowed.
And that is what they're saying. Zach, I'll be awake procrastinating about doing art for the next couple hours. Is that art? Are you putting any of that onto anything in reality, or is it staying in your head? Because if it's staying in your head, it's not art. You're just thinking about art.
But there's something underpinning this that makes this even more insidious. And the sponsor called this a fix to last session's bill. It's important to note that last session's bill, when it was applied, the first application of this was not on a drag show. It was to prevent a trans woman from giving a history lesson in a library. That's where this came up.
Of course, as we keep saying and finding out, when they write something into a law, it's not necessarily what they wrote into the law as the law. You heard Donald Trump and Pam Bondi. Any interpretation of the law that is inconsistent with the opinion of the president and the attorney general's interpretation of said law is not a valid interpretation of the law. So whatever they think is the law. So if you say drag, like people that dress in drag, that just means all trans people to them. It doesn't matter. If you make a video of you thinking of those thoughts, is that art? That is art, Twit 2. If you make a video of you thinking about art, that's art.
That's how this is going to be attempted to be applied.
Zach, make me
as
an emote,
attack
please.
Against the trans
If you're going to
community.
make one, that'd be cool.
And we have even more examples of that because, in committee, when the sponsor closed on this bill, he said, "This bill is needed," he said, and I
Ghost
quote
Pepper,
his
it's always
words,
like that.
"Because transgenderism is a fetish based on cross-dressing." Those were his words for why this bill's necessary.
Every accusation is a confession. That guy cross-dresses and thinks of trans people as a fetish. Probably an egg, honestly. That's right, pay attention, because if we survive this, your children, your grandchildren will ask you, how did these Nazis get back into power again? How come history was allowed to repeat itself again? That's a very important point. By the way, again, guys, like, you should probably start journaling. Just write your daily life down, because who knows, that could be a fucking historical artifact in 10 years. But Jimmy Normandy is right. Whoever survives this is going to have to explain how we let this happen.
What's up, I'm here to stand before the body and say that my life is not a fetish. My existence is not a fetish.
You are correct, Captain Buggy.
Less than a month ago to have my son up in the gallery here. Many of you on the other side met him. When I go to walk him to school, that is not a lascivious display.
Well, too real for this, you might not get more polyamory, but you'll certainly get more polygamy if they succeed.
That is not a fetish. That is my family. This is what these bills are trying to come after. Not obscene shows somehow getting in front of children. We have the Miller test for that. We have laws for that. This is a way to target the trans community, and that is my opinion and in the speaker's own words.
By the way, I just linked in the chat erinninthemorn.com. She is, to me, primary source, best journalist in terms of news of what's happening to trans people in America. Follow them if you're interested in tracking the genocide, or if you're trans and you really should be keeping track of what's happening in the news in relation to trans folk. So that's a good source. It's also actually Representative Zephyr's wife or partner.
Vote no.
Further discussion, Representative Essman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to speak to the bill.
Representative.
Yep,
I'm speaking as a parent and a grandmother, and I'm very emotional because I know the representative in C20 is also a parent. No matter what you think of that, she is doing her best to raise a child. I did my best to raise my children as I saw fit, and I'm taking it for granted that
it just goes to show that on state level politics, like, people still have a soul, and then when we get up to federal politics, they're all demons. Like, most of these people are probably demons, but every now and again you get one that has a fucking soul.
Children are going to raise my grandchildren as they see fit. everybody in here talks about how important parental rights are. I want to tell you, in addition to parental rights, parental responsibility is also important.
No, she's not a ghoul. Most of them are, though. And again, parents' rights just means parents have the right to own their children. One thing we will tell our kids is that nationalism is what the rich people use to distract you from how much they robbed your country. Yeah, and that hasn't even really started yet.
And if you can't trust a decent parent to decide where and when their kids should see what, then we have a bigger problem. So I advise you all to vote about parental rights.
Okay, cool with a soul.
Parental responsibility. And remember, we already have indecency laws in this state. We voted on one, I don't know, earlier this week, last week, sometime during the session. We all wanted to make sure we knew what indecent was, and now we know.
I think that decency laws are fucking stupid, by the way. Like, I think that any decency law like that, I can't, I'm trying to think of a context in which I would agree with one, and I'm struggling here. Like, sure, I don't want you to be walking around with your, like, your bits hanging out all day, but at the same time, like, I don't really think you need a decency law for that. I think if someone just kind of shows up to, I don't know, town hall entirely naked, you just kind of ridicule them, and then you tell them to leave. What about parental accountability to children? I think children need more rights. I think the parents should have to be accountable to the children. I've said this before in that I believe that any structure of control, authority, oppression, even any decision-making control, the authority, should always need to be able to justify why it exists and why it has this authority when challenged with a question. And if they fail to do that, then that authority should be dismantled. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. I'm just kind of broadening that out, Cave Dweller. Just opinions framed as facts. You're right, Oxpecker. Bulletproof bullet. Yeah, a lot of people act like they own their children instead of being caretakers. A lot of people expect their children to do, like, labor in the house. And to be fair, I think that, you know, if you're like 15, you should be doing labor in the house. You should help your parents mow the lawn and shit. But I don't believe in a parent's right to, like, demand that something like that be done. And if not, punish the child otherwise. I think that that's not how you parent. Parents' rights is a Trojan horse. We need legislation around children's rights. I agree. I've in fact said this many times that any liberation of the people needs to liberate all of the people from the bottom up. Women, children, religious groups, ethnic groups, all of the minorities. Everyone must be liberated at once. Everyone must be given rights, including children. You'd be surprised how a 13-year-old can make decisions when there is, like, facts put in front of them. I don't know. Being reactionary is in public is indecent, IMO. Death by media, I agree. That's the only indecency law that I'm for. Captain Buggy, I cooked food for myself and had to clean everything myself since I was like 13. I can't imagine having someone else do everything for me. But, like, the thing is, a lot of these people also lived like that. They also did everything for themselves. And then they think that forcing their children to do that is good for them because, you know, look, I had to do everything myself and I turned out strong, so I'm going to force my child to do it. But it's a different context. You, at that time, didn't have someone yelling at you that you have to instantly do that, or, I don't know, they're going to take your door away. You know what I mean? You need to incentivize them with allowance, vacuum the house, make money, get docked if you do a bad job. That's one way. You don't necessarily have to use money as incentive either. But there are better ways of parenting than that. Come on, there are plenty of good laws in place for ensuring parental accountability. Being anti-trans, quite rightly, is not one of them. I mean, like, there are laws for parental accountability, but also they're currently being weakened as we speak, because, again, they don't want parental accountability. Oh yeah, I just wouldn't have any food if I didn't cook. It's a different situation. That's the point, yeah? But I will say, back to Zoe Zephyr. There was another anti-trans bill that she also managed to kill that day, which was infinitely worse than the drag ban. It was a bill requiring Child Protective Services to remove trans kids from their parents. Yeah. This is, the Republicans are the party of, I'm gonna take your kids away from you. We're gonna kidnap your children and I don't know what they would do with them. What, put them into foster care in Utah? They wanted to take your children. This is straight up kidnapping. CPS is already a sketchy organization. Well, yeah, like, there's a lot of sketchy shit that goes on in CPS because they're not funded and the laws aren't written out properly, where they don't have the right jurisdiction. Like, CPS could be useful if they did it correctly, but we haven't in my lifetime. Money and violence, the primary parenting techniques, just like capitalism. Exactly, Shards Pork. Like, I wouldn't even, like, the pay them to do the chores stuff. That's not even, like, what I have in mind. I'm like, talk to people, you know? Talk to your kids. They will understand you. And they're trying to say they're not trying to genocide LGBT people and then propose shit like this. They're going to wellness farms for mental health counseling. I thought that was just for the ADHD and, like, autistics. I thought the trans folk go to, like, an El Salvadorian labor camp or to Gitmo. Again, they were going to take your fucking children away. They just barely lost that. Again, just last week, Republicans almost voted in a bill that would require genital inspections. When you talk to them, you pay them, you take out them out for treats when they do well. Like, yeah, there's paths to good behavior in that, like, social engagement context. I don't really just want to pay them. I want to go do things with them instead. The end goal is children unironically working in the mines again. Yeah, no, death by media. That's not even the end goal. That's the next process. Because Donald Trump's education plan, which, by the way, they're dismantling the Department of Education as we speak, requires students to take, like, work study in school, where they're going to be doing physical labor as part of their studies in school that a private company will profit off of. They want to make your kids also then go and do unpaid internships after school, which a company will also make money off of. It's stealing from you. Everyone would be like us, because we're so fucking based and everybody different than us is a communist for being different instead of being exactly the same as us. Yeah, that's what they think, Oxpecker. Like, whether they think that actively or not, that is the mentality. Republicans, we're coming to take your trans children. Yeah. And again, also do genital inspections in schools. And yeah, reproductive rights, my ass. They're literally, there are 5 states where the death penalty is either a bill or on the books for abortions, which some of which include miscarriage in the definition. Reproductive rights, my ass. Death penalty. It's for everyone they don't like. They sell tickets to rape, like the undesirables and inmates in the camps. 100%. The government now is, they don't take pleasure from raping you. They take pleasure from holding you down while corpo scum comes and rapes you. It's the age of new barbarism. New age of barbarism, yeah. Could have had socialism. We went with barbarism. Death by media, you're, like, on point with that right there. I fucking hate Republicans. Me too. Me too. Oh, and, so new restrictions on protesting just dropped, in which you are not allowed to protest at a college, school, or university. If you do, you can be imprisoned or permanently expelled. The schools will lose funding. Oh, and you're not allowed to wear masks. So, if you protest at school, you're going to get expelled, probably arrested. The politics of sociopathy and psychopathy. Yeah, basically. By the way, like, this doesn't apply to right-wingers, because, like, all of the right-wing Nazis will still get to wear their masks when they're protesting. Or protesting, rather. Stupid orange fascists doesn't know how protesting works. Well, we'll teach them soon enough, don't worry. Oh, and before we get into the protesting, actually, last night, DHS detained a Palestinian person who helped lead Colombia's protest encampment. Agents told him that his visa was revoked. He said he had a green card. They were confused, and they said that that was revoked too. His attorney demanded a warrant, and the agents hung up. So, they're just going to censor and kidnap permanent residents now who stand up for Palestine. They hate your free speech, and they hate you. Republicans hate your free speech, and they hate you. This country is dying. The Queen Matriarch, we watched the country die. We watched the funeral during the inauguration. This is a new country. For the reactionary, it's gold, then fill in the blank with anything to get it there. True. This is a lawyer, by the way, Janine Yunes. I believe it's actually the lawyer. Pursuant to the President Trump's executive order providing for deportation of non-citizens critical of Israel, ICE officers showed up on the doorstep of Columbia student Mahmoud Khalil and dragged him away in front of his 8-month pregnant wife after a campaign of militant zoophilics to punish him for protesting genocide. Khalil is by all accounts an extremely kind, gentle person, did not engage in violent activity, and is also a green card holder. When his wife went to visit him at the detention facility where he was being held, she was told he was not there, and his lawyers don't know where he is either. This is America under, it's not just the Netanyahu regime, but, you know, American citizens will be next, mark my words. It's true. There will be. I wonder if those are real agents or people just harassing them. Who knows? The thing is, Alley Loops, you're correct. Trans rights are our rights because when they succeed in taking away the rights of one group, they're not going to be satisfied. If they manage to genocide all of the trans people today, it's not like they wouldn't keep going. It's the same reason why, like, I mean, bring this up into a geopolitics concept, same reason why Europe is worried that Russia will continue on after taking Ukraine, if they manage to take Ukraine. It's the same fucking thing, because these people don't want to stop. They want everything. They will go for the LGBT, generally. To be fair, they already are. There's several states where they're trying to get rid of gay marriage. Then they will go after women, go after men. They're going after minorities already. They're going after children. They're kind of doing it all at the same time. But if they succeed in one, that doesn't mean that they will stop in any way. The fact that, like, green card holders can be just grabbed from their university campus to be deported because they were part of a protest is, I mean, this is Nazi shit. Fascists always need an enemy, so once one is gone, they move on to the next. Yes, and not only that, but the enemy that they have needs to be monstrous. It needs to be something more than just a person. It can't just be those people. It has to be the barbarians, the monsters. You have to sell that enemy to the public. The Nazi fascists in Germany did the same thing. True. No one is free until all of us are free. Fascism is a death spiral that feeds on eating an outgroup. True. Death by media. Trump wants to sell gold card citizenship cards to the highest bidder. Yeah, we've seen that, and we've made fun of him for it because he says he wants to sell 10 million of those to 12 million, and there's only 2 million people outside the United States who can afford one. Reproductive rights don't exist. Migrant, black, queer rights phased out. Trump supporters are cheering it all on as the billionaires run laughing to the banks with all the cash after. It's all our rights, even if you are straight and white, because you could have had a kid and that isn't like you. That's the thing. Even if you're a straight white guy, this still affects you. 100%. Because, first of all, let's say you're straight and white. You like women, right? Women are being constantly... It is making it harder for you as a straight white man to ever get with a girl because, you know, women are noticing that there's certain groups that are doing most of this stuff, and we decide to, I don't know, stay away. Like, no person exists in a vacuum. No concept exists in a vacuum. No policy affects only a group in a vacuum. The enemy is also an incoherent concept in that the enemy are both woke softies making the nation weak, but simultaneously evil predators and enemies from within. It's true. But you know what? That really applies to every accusation as a confession. They are the woke softies making the nation weak, but they are also simultaneously the evil predators within the government. So, like, that just goes back to every accusation as a confession. Wait until they have decency laws that says no sex until marriage? Didn't they already try and make, like, sodomy illegal in some places? Isn't it already illegal in some places, actually? They'll just start reinforcing that so you can't get head anymore. I told you, they're coming for the burritos, they're coming for the pussy, they're coming for the biddies. Like, they are coming for everything that makes life worth living. Cis hetero people who are transphobic or do not care really need to understand how anti-trans stuff affects them too. Conservatives shut their brain off to ignore this? Of course they do. Ludicrous how angry police can grab literally everybody. I walked literally 10 doors down to pick up food from my corner place, and 2 police jumped out at 1:30 in the morning to harass me with food going cold. I quote, "You were looking at the car a bit funny, weren't you?" Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. These cops kind of have nothing better to do, and they enjoy doing this. Most of them, at least. A lot of states have laws making adultery illegal. How long before? Well, so again, you're misunderstanding Lapins Disoli. Lapins Disoli. The law does not affect the powerful. It doesn't matter if it's illegal for, you know, you to do adultery. Donald Trump can do adultery. Many states, sodomy is still banned, but thanks to Supreme Court decisions, those laws can't be enforced. I mean, you know, couldn't be enforced. Everything can now. Everything's on the table, y'all. There's nothing that's no longer possible. There's nothing you can think of that there's no longer likely. It's all on the table. They have an incentive to get easy arrests of poor people who don't fight back in the court. Yeah. Tons of states that have wild sex laws that are still on the books. The enemy is always Schrodinger. I mean, to be fair, again, in this case, they are both weak and the strong fascists, but that's because of the different coalitions of the right. The weak softies are the liberals on the right, are the neocons. They're the ones that are crying about wokeness and the Gulf of America, people like Donald Trump. And then you have, you know, the people destroying the country from within, and that's people like Peter Thiel on the inside, people like Larry Ellison, people like Mark Zuckerberg. They are privatizing everything. While we're speaking about fascism, by the way, Israel halts all electricity supply and aid to the Gaza Strip, to the East American Ocean or the West American Ocean, yeah? And then, finally, we get some protests. Now, before we hop into these protests, I gotta pee really quickly, but I want you to see a protest that is happening in France that I can't show you on stream because of TOS, which is, honestly really sad. Hold on. So, have a look at that one while I go pee, and see if maybe you can see why we might want that kind of protest happening in the country. I fucking love French protests. Me too. Oh, hello. Can y'all see the cat? No. Hi. Frank. Hi. Oh, he had the demon eyes. That's fucking terrifying. Alright, now please. Sorry, y'all. I sent that to a friend. Oh, hello. Welcome, Raider. Sorry, I was just in the bathroom. Oh my goodness. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Big shout out to No Justice MTG. To be fair, there is never any justice for MTG, unfortunately. I stopped my camera while I was showing up my cat. Now, again, if you guys have seen the protest video, yes, human bodies are against TOS, despite the context, as if the human body is inherently sexual or objectified. It's true. I fucking love French protests, and I sent that to a friend, and the response I get is, I love French women with their titties hanging out. Me next. And I would like you next. Guys, we should incorporate this style of protest. Now, I'm not saying you have to go out protesting topless, but you can see the energy that they have, right? Compared to ours. There's a solid difference there. Speaking of ours, let's have a look at what some of the protests in New York and Chicago this week have looked like.
Wait, but what are they doing? What is this? Whoa, what the hell?
Boobas for Praxis.
Wait, what is this? What the hell?
Where do we get a mouth from?
Wait, what are you doing to this guy?
My name's Frankie, and I'm getting arrested today protesting Elon Musk. He bought his way into office. He bought his way into heading a government agency. He bought his power at the expense of the American people, at the expense of our environment, at the expense of our world, and all of the people in it.
Based as fuck, girl. That's your job, by the way. Your job is not to go out to the protest and fight. It's not your job to go out to the protest and cause a scene. It's your job to get the shit beat out of you by the police, get arrested, put on the media, so other people can see how badly you're being treated. That's your job at the protest.
What the?
Notice how many cops they have protecting just the Tesla store. Like, this was not necessarily a huge protest, judging by the amount of people there. Like, they're just standing in front of the store screaming. Why are we dragging people out of the crowd with 6 cops to try and like hold, like, why? It's not the store, it's the idea. Exactly. I want you all to understand that, again, don't just protest Elon Musk. If we got rid of Elon today, snap my fingers and he's in the hole, nothing changes. But, I mean, at this point, this is just a private security force. It is. And Elon used Blackwater guards to block elected officials from entering the Department of the Treasury. So, like, everything's private security now.
Thank God the police are here to protect the Cybertruck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cops to protect one Cybertruck. Amazing.
9 cops to protect one Cybertruck. 9. Calling them swastikars really has Elon kind of losing it. It's fucking unreal. Yes, of course, like, the police have always been a private security force served to protect private property. But Jimmy Normandy, check it out. IDF trained police at their finest. That is a top tier chat right there.
Thank God the police are here
to... you ever see a cop protect your house?
Protect the Cybertruck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cops to protect one Cybertruck. Amazing.
They only care about money. That poor Cybertruck must be feeling so scared right now. I thought Cybertrucks protect themselves. Yeah, I thought they were supposed to be doomsday trucks, you know, for after, like, the collapse of civilization. To be fair, the Cybertruck needs a small army to not explode just by existing in nature. True. True. You gotta keep it calm, you know. If the truck gets a little too uncomfortable, a little too anxious, a little too sad, its ticker just goes up and up and up and boom. Car explodes. You can't have it be sad. Gotta be nice to the AI, apparently. Fucking stupid tech shit. It's all devil tech anyway. And again, you know my position on EVs. They're not even good for the environment. The removal of the rare earth elements like cobalt that's required to create the EVs is essentially just as harmful as using fossil fuel powered cars, as well as the batteries that we produce into these EVs are essentially they're toxic. They're environmental toxins. If a Cybertruck explodes, you can't go near the area without some hazmat training, all right? First off, that fire will burn for like a day or two because it's not just a regular fire and you can't just put it out with water. But then on top of that, the gas that it releases as it burns seeps into the environment around it and is an environmental toxin. Now this is a protest that I'm more keen on. Good job. I still want to see some more like Tbilisi style action. I want y'all to get mad. I want there to be not enough space for a car in this entire street. That's the point that we require before we can get any possible change. But remember, there's a pretty high chance that they're going to use the military on us really quickly. On January 20th of 2025, what are they chanting? They are chanting, take down Tesla. They are chanting, launch Musk to Mars, democracy dies with Doge. So pretty good. Launch Musk to Mars is one of my personal favorites. Democracy dies with Doge is great as well. And, you know, can do it. But like, understand, right? I forgot the point I was making. Jeez, oopsie. Oh, right, yeah. On January 20th, Donald Trump had ordered Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth to do a report. Give them 90 days to do a report on whether he needs to file the Insurrection Act. That report will come on 4/20, April 20th, and that is when he will decide whether or not to deploy martial law, to declare martial law. And it feels kind of likely, considering Elon is a Nazi and it's Hitler's birthday, and he also loves the meme of 420. It's possible. At the same time, they might not even need to, because as Captain Buggy said, they already kind of did. They've sent the National Guard at BLM protesters. The difference is the National Guard didn't shoot you with live rounds like Donald Trump wants them to. I posted two things in the Discord. I didn't really know what to do. I mean, fair. Where'd you post them, Zach? Oh, thank you. Cool. Trump hates Chicago. That's also true. Launch Musk to Mars so he can be the first and only person to land on Mars. Also true. Like, that's a distinct possibility, is what I'm saying. So you got to get these protests big enough before 420. Could I get a Discord link? Absolutely. All of you can get a Discord link, and you can also get a link to the YouTube stream where you could drop a like and a follow. I mean, I guess they don't really have to declare martial law, just do martial law anyway. They might for fun, though. Trump kind of really, really wants to. He wanted to last time, and he couldn't do it. Local cops did indiscriminately shoot people with non-lethal rounds, but they can be lethal. I do remember, non-lethal rounds can be lethal, but I mean, like, they want the military to shoot you in the leg with, like, an actual bullet. Musk is more of a Mussolini due to his jaw thing and his big head. See, I think that Trump is more of a Mussolini. If they're making toe tags ready for us regardless, we should want to make them right under the ink, as much duress as we can manage. True. We want people out here. We want them to struggle. We want them to, like, if they're going to declare the military can shoot real bullets, not just rubber bullets, at protesters, I want that protest that gets shot up by the military to be huge. Now, obviously, like, that's a lot of deaths of Americans, and that's really horrible and really, really fucking sad. But, I mean, that's our Tiananmen Square moment, right? Like, a large protest, such as what we saw in Chicago being confronted by the police and where they indiscriminately slaughter the protesters, would be our Tiananmen Square moment. And I kind of want that to happen, because that'll be the final straw, you know, for a lot of people. Now, I hope it doesn't happen. To be clear, I hope it does not happen, but it might happen. And if it did, the best outcomes from it would also require it to be horrible. Trump emulates Mussolini's body language. If you watch old videos of Mussolini, that's fair. Anyway, let's get back to it. Yeah, Captain Buggy, just a little side note. Whether or not, like, you open carry in general, that's fine. Don't bring a weapon to a protest. Not right now. At this point in time, do not bring anything that can be considered a weapon to a protest. Elon Musk got to go, hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go, hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go, hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go. Americans are pissed, guys. When would that authorize we, the people, to use our Second Amendment rights in declaring our independence from a king? Well, your Second Amendment right is there for you to defend yourself from the monarchical tyranny of a king. And if they declare martial law, then kinda, yeah. But at that point, your rights kind of don't matter. The thing is, if you were ever in a position where you needed your Second Amendment right for the express purpose of what it was created for, defending yourself from a monarchical king, you already would have lost your rights at that point. You know what I mean? Your rights exist there for you to prepare for it. It's useless until well organized. And you'll know when, chatter, I agree. But you should get a gun, you should learn how to use it, and you should join the SRA. If you don't know what the SRA is, let me link you a video. I feel like from watching this video, it kind of looks like a fun community to be in. But again, I want you guys to understand that when we go to protests, when you join communities like the SRA, You are obviously going to be social as a concept, as part of this, but you're not there to make a social group. You're there to come together and organize for direct action. That doesn't mean you can't be social, but that's not why you're there, as a reminder just for everybody. Hegseth wrote in his book that there needs to be a civil war to deal with the leftists. Yeah, this is grim. Well, yeah. It's likely, guys, and I've said this before, there will be a civil war on American soil in our lifetime. I just don't think it's going to be the left that starts it. It'll be the right. Not sure I've ever seen a more obvious picture to remind us that the police exist to protect the property of the ruling class, not the rights of the people. Base tweet. And, yeah, that's what they're for. They're here for this and for barging into universities and grabbing students out of their dorm rooms because they attended a protest. We had riots in the UK last summer. It was really bad when it came to my city. I remember the riots. All wars are civil wars because all men are brothers. True and based, Zach. Just absolutely. Hey, look, a bunch of Nazis in front of a Nazi building. Yay! Yeah, at this point, if you are a cop and you are following your orders to do this, you are a Nazi. Don't follow orders. It's that simple. You don't want me to say you're a Nazi? Then don't follow orders when you're told to do shit like this. If someone gave me a free Tesla, would I drive it? No. Are you kidding me? I'd be terrified of getting in that thing. I would, ideally, honestly, I would sell it for, parts. I don't even want the car to exist. I would have it scrapped and sold for parts. If only someone ever wrote down some ideas on what is to be done. Yeah, like, I feel like maybe there was a guy, like a really old, stinky guy, way back in the day, in the 1800s. He wrote a book about capitalism, and then he wrote some more books, you know, explaining how things work and where things will lead and, you know, what actually is the processes of how society functions and how you are being abused and how you are being exploited by the wealthy. I feel like somebody wrote this down at one point. I would trade it in. Nah, I don't even want that Tesla to exist. Sell it for parts. Who licks the boot? You lick the boot. Would have been a suggestion for my slogan in front of this. Honestly, based Arberlin, that's a great one. You should put that on a banner and bring it to a protest. You're breaking your oath to the Constitution by following orders to do shit like this? True. And they already have the secret police. It's ICE, guys. ICE is the secret police. ICE is the SS. They have jurisdiction that goes above any law. They have special powers in 100 miles of the border, which includes the ocean and every airport. So, okay, fair enough, Tyler. I'll take that profit and I'll use it to fund a homeless shelter. It's like food month for, I don't know, 2-3 weeks or something. Marx was influenced by anarchism, apparently. I mean, yeah. There's a reason why I'm a libertarian socialist, which is basically just anarchist socialism. The oath of the Constitution doesn't mean shit, really. That's true, that's true.
In New Orleans, a usually festive Mardi Gras parade turning sour as the crowd spots some Tesla Cybertruck. Onlookers booing, jeering.
That is a good video, Cicero Fields, thank you.
And pelting the vehicles with beads usually tossed at revelers. Just the latest sign of backlash to Elon Musk's central role in the Trump administration, now affecting his car company and those who buy his cars. Recent protests erupting outside Tesla dealerships in Manhattan, Boston, and Tucson, Arizona, calling for a boycott.
Exactly, death by media, exactly. They are the SS, they're the Gestapo. Like, ICE can do whatever the fuck they want. They can break down your door. You don't have to let them in. You have the right to ask for a warrant and not let them in, but they can kick down your door and come in anyway. They have all of the power. The secret police is not very secret.
This is a protest against Trump and Musk, mainly because they're trying to take from the poor to pass a tax relief, they call it, for the wealthy.
And even an alleged arson attack targeting Tesla charging stations under investigation in Massachusetts. At the same time, posts on social media from people who say they're trying to sell their Tesla because they don't want to be associated with Musk.
Oh yeah, the market's gonna be fucking wild tomorrow. To be fair, I do actually want to check what's happening with the aftermarket and the pre-market trading.
including star
After hours.
musician Sheryl Crow waving goodbye to her towed Tesla.
I don't like Elon Musk.
NBC affiliate 9 News in Denver reporting on a dirt parking lot full of
Discord should start talking about theory. I literally have sections in the Discord for that. I see you guys bringing up Proud Hun and Buchanan as well. Talk about it in the Discord. It's useful.
Teslas, and speaking to another woman who sold hers.
He doesn't care about people. He has no empathy whatsoever. So he can be the richest man in the world, but I'm not going to help contribute to that.
But those selling might have trouble getting much in return. Used
Vera
car
got rid of her
website
Tesla
Car
as well?
Gurus
Based.
reporting that the average price of used Teslas has crashed from about $67,000 in 2022 to under $30,000 this month. Not much more than your run-of-the-mill used car. That could just be due to loads of Tesla leases coming
A
to it.
lot of people are doing this, and it's good. Because you know why? It's not just that they're mad at Elon. It's because of the social pressure. It's because now it's a swastika car, and everyone looks at you dirty if you drive one, which they should. It's the social, aspect of it that is getting these people to sell their cars. If they didn't like Elon, a lot of them probably just would have kept their car if there wasn't this mass social disgust at anyone who's driving them.
An end. Or it might have something to do with Musk's association with Trump.
I think the answer is it's too early to tell. It definitely is polarizing in both directions. Whether it's
Pre-breakfast banana, there's people in America who will wipe their ass with 30K. I'm so ignorant about cars. The only way I know it's a Tesla is if it's a Cybertruck. I mean, Teslas all look the same too.
GM or Hyundai, Kia, they're starting to put a lot more EVs into the marketplace. So that's going to continue to create
Good, Mr.
competition
Satnav.
for Tesla.
Good.
Tesla's stock price is also getting hammered this year, more than the broader market, dropping around 35% since President Trump took office, with Musk at his side. But beyond Musk's politics, there are global factors at work, spooking the markets on Tesla. Softening demand in major foreign markets like China, which announced today that Tesla shipments are down about 50% in February.
Driving a Tesla is like showing off your Hitler's youth knife. Yeah, literally. They might as well just put swastikas on the side of it. It's a swastika car. Feeling ashamed of being associated with Nazis is the lowest bar I can imagine, but if it's another toenail into waking up in public, I'll take it. That's the thing. This should be basic. This should have happened the moment we saw the salute bullshit. But no, it didn't. But what made it happen? It was the social pressure. It was being ashamed of being associated with this.
From the month before. And sales are down in Europe too, where Musk's support for far-right parties has provoked some anger. But a global rise in nationalism might be at work too.
There is a broader movement afoot globally where patriotic consumers, whether they're Chinese buyers or European buyers, there's an inward look at trying to really shield and protect your own brands, your own markets, and this is where we are now.
We reached out to Tesla for comment on the protests and its stock decline. We did not immediately hear back. Musk, meanwhile, brushed
The last, on Friday, Tesla lost 15% in the market that day. The Mjolnir Hammer Tesla logo is a Nazi symbol. X is another form of a swastika. I mean, all of this is that's just Twitter memes or Blue Sky memes at this point. But that has spread to the wider public, and it's causing
off his critics.
That the revolution might actually succeed, that we could restore power to the people.
The crash of Tesla is excellent, by the way, because you have to understand most of Elon's money is in Tesla right now. Yes, he just got $31 billion in contracts for SpaceX, but his liquidity is tied to Tesla. He is now cash poor because Tesla stock is crashing. He'll be fine in the end. It's not going to bankrupt him, but it is going to definitely bring him down a couple notches if Tesla goes bankrupt.
Instead of power to the bureaucracy.
To be clear, Tesla's stock is still above where it was the day before Donald Trump was elected last November.
Hopefully
but there's
not for
no
long.
doubt that the apparent backlash to Elon Musk is going global. A Tesla dealership in the French city of Toulouse also hit by an alleged arson attack that authorities say completely destroyed 8 cars. A sign, perhaps, that Tesla's supercharged growth may be running out of juice.
I do not condone or advocate for violence. That was funny. That was very funny. Nations are dumping all of Elon's contracts. He's cooked. I mean, again, America will prop him up for a while, but he could be. Marx was an anarcho-communist. If he wasn't, he would have envisioned a classless society rather than a stateless and classless society. Marxist-Leninists simply choosing to not call themselves Leninists is apart from the left trap card in the recent Casually Explained video, in which super annoying, whatever. I haven't seen the video, but you're right. Marx had closer ideology to me than a Marxist-Leninist, in that you need a stateless and classless society. And I've talked about how that could work before. We'll do a theory subject at some point when there's not an insane amount of news coming over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, SpaceX ain't looking so hot anymore either, but they did just get, like, they have contracts with the government that are still locked in, so.
David Noriega is joining us now. Okay, so when we talk about car companies,
we don't need to listen to the talking heads. Speaking of protests, it's not just people protesting against Elon Musk and Tesla. There are scientists out in the streets protesting. Obviously, RFK is doing a whole lot of damage to the country. If his Tesla stock goes down low enough, it could force a margin call on Twitter loans, which could cause a change of Twitter ownership and board of directors. That is true. It would depend on how much the Saudis would be backing him, because the Saudis already helped him buy Twitter anyway.
I love days like this. I love news days like this. There's so much to show you. Here's Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania today. People turned out to stand up for science. That was the name of the protest, to protest against the Trump administration's indiscriminate cuts to science in all ways. You can see some of the signs here. Fight for science, defend the NIH, defunding research is a recession plan. That's actually quite true.
It is
Here's
true.
a good one. Quote, budget cuts create all kinds of trouble. I had to look that up.
That's a nice
all
one.
Kinds.
I quite like that. God, STEM people make the funniest puns.
LKYNES. All kinds are organic molecules made of the functional group carbon-carbon triple bonds. They are unsaturated hydrocarbons. And budget cuts create
IQ
all
memes.
kinds of
True.
trouble.
True.
Here's another good one in Pittsburgh. Got polio? No? Thanks, science. And you see where it says it's a Berg thing and the soft
I am for puns if they're the smart puns are the best. I like puns, by the way, regardless of whether they're like smart or not, but puns are fun. By the way, polio's back. What's the legislation that obliges corporations to make profit or get penalized? Fiduciary responsibility. Ich bin dead.
Vaccine there. The University of Pittsburgh is where Jonas Salk developed the polio vaccine. Across the state of Pennsylvania, outside...
Or fiduciary duty, rather. A fiduciary is a person who holds a legal or ethical relationship or trust with one or more parties. Typically, a fiduciary prudently takes care of the money or assets of that other person, and they are responsible in creating a profit for the stockholder.
City Hall in Philadelphia. Look at this. This was this is impressive. This was the Stand Up for Science crowd outside Philly City Hall today. That's a big, look at that.
It's better. It's not enough. Guys, like, this is not enough. It's not. Hold on. What we need is this. Now, I'm not saying start a fight. I'm not saying start a riot, but I'm saying we need people with this kind of energy. I want the streets to be that fucking packed. We need some Eastern European level protesting. True. Have you seen the Serbian parliament the other day? Bernie had a town hall with 10K in attendance. It is growing. Yes, but is it growing fast enough? No. And is it impacting this? I'm sure these crowds have gotten bigger since last week, but the people unite can never be defeated. And if we don't unite, if we stay like this, where this is Philadelphia. This isn't even a fourth of the city. This isn't even a fourth of the fucking city of Philadelphia.
That's a really big protest.
No, it's not.
Some good signs at the Philly protest as well. Your policy, defund the NIH, has been rejected by peer review. This is a good one. I feel like this one is special for Susan's birthday today. She loves Beaker from the Muppets. Susan, this happened in Philly.
I'm going to go ahead and say, nice try with that idea, but you keep workshopping that one. Bernie had 1K Twitch viewers. That's not bad. Bernie is growing in popularity because of the things that he's saying hit with the American population. Like, people feel it. We're gonna watch one of his speeches not speeches, but like interactions in a town hall in a bit, and you can see it. He actually gives a shit about the people. But I need this. That's like 2 Starbucks worth of Philadelphians. Exactly, Death by Media. I need more people out on the streets.
Today. This is the only orange Muppet I trust to tell me about science. Me. A version of this sign we saw a few different places today. I love trans mice. All right. I know you didn't listen to Trump's speech to Congress this week. I saw the numbers. It was the least watched Trump State of the Union or joint speech to Congress of all the ones he's given. So I know you didn't watch. But one of the things he said in his speech was that
exactly coherent scream.
One of the terrible liberal things that his top campaign donor had discovered was happening in government was research to make mice transgender. And he said that in his speech, and all the Republicans gasped and laughed and jeered.
I'm still not over the fact that they really could have had a cool story to go with like transgenic mice.
Weird, because that was so terrible. Actually, it's transgenic mice. And transgenic mice are used in all kinds of laboratory research because mice are transgenic when they have been genetically altered so you can study human illnesses and conditions in them even though they're mice.
We can make them glow in the dark, guys. You can have glow in the dark fucking mice, and these people decided to get mad about trans mice that don't exist.
Transgenic mice, you numbskulls. But sure, go ahead and shut down all the labs studying all the diseases, because what are you, 5? This was Boston. There were big crowds today in Boston as well. Stand up for science. Some signs in Boston. No science means no medicine, no tech, no progress, no future.
They all have the brain of a 12-year-old, and they base all of their beliefs now on whatever the fuck Grok tells them anyway. Sounds pretty woke, yeah.
Also this one, cut DNA, not the NIH.
Yeah, the Enola fucking
genetics
gay
research
plane.
and
Covered that earlier.
Experimentation.
I'm assuming we make their nails glow in the dark, right? I remember this being a thing with fish a long time ago. We could genetically modify. I don't even know. Like, transgenic mice are being used in research for cancer, stuff like medical research, right? But, like, we can make them glow in the dark. They're running word search to shut things down, removing Enola Gay. Yeah, I covered that earlier. There's an entire list of words that they're not even doing well. Because, again, if you just keyword search the word woman and delete every entry with it, you're gonna lose some stuff that you might want to fucking keep, you know? Here, I'll show you the keywords again, because some of you were not here. Here are the words. Can you not think of, like, any of these words having uses in government that you might want to keep around? Like, I don't know, political, or victim, or, you know, women? Tribal, maybe. How about socioeconomic? Like, they're just going to Control-A, delete everything on this list. Everything. Here, I'll link it to you. These are all banned words now. They're gonna lose shit they'd want to keep. This is not even an efficient way to do that. That's half my vocabulary. I mean, that's pretty woke of you, so.
Of course, because it's Boston, there's a Dunkin' Donuts sign. America runs on science. In Madison, Wisconsin, local public radio there put the turnout at what they described as more than 1,000 at the Stand Up for Science protest at the Wisconsin State Capitol. Wisconsin Democratic Party Chairman Ben Wickler said he was there and he thought the crowd was even larger than that. He also singled out
It's not enough, guys. New Zealand government is also wanting to cut pure science funding as well, leaving only commercial applied scientific research to be funded. Yeah, there's a reason why I keep telling y'all to go to Australia if you're moving out of the country, not to New Zealand, because New Zealand is following closely behind America. No matter how stupid Trump admin gets, I'll be equally as disappointed that our institutions allowed for any of this to ever be possible. It's kind of the point, Oxpecker. This is all a product of the system that we already had.
His
None of
favorite
this
sign-
is, what's happening right now is not breaking the system. It's the system functioning as designed. It was always supposed to end here. It was working here on purpose. And the oligarchy immediately following Citizens United was inevitable. That was the first domino. But from the 80s onward, this was the track that we were on. This was the path that we were taking. Speaking of the French, by the way, I couldn't show you the based French protest, but I can show you some of the other, like, actual protest, not just the best part of it. Just so you guys know, most of this, like, fire and property damage happens by the cops, not by the protesters. Like, a lot of this stuff is damage that happens by accident because the cops are trying to attack, chase, intimidate, and harass the protesters. In most cases of protests getting violent like this, if there isn't any police force that is pushing the protesters, that is harassing the protesters, they don't tend to become this. Now, there are cases where it does, but, you know, a lot of countries got their minds poisoned by social media. They hate their fellow Americans and think that they're the reason for all the problems that we have. Social media is a big poison on the mind. And I've said this, we could have had a good social media. We just didn't create one. The poison of our society is hyper-individualism. That is it. It's hyper-individualism. It is a lack of community. It is a lack of giving a shit or investment in anybody outside you and your immediate circle. You don't invest any time or effort in the guy at Dunkin' Donuts that you see every morning on your way to work when you stop for getting a coffee. You don't try and make a relationship with this person of, like, somewhat social, somewhat like you want to be able to be a person in your community that is known, that engages, that is liked, that is nice to people. You want to be that person that when the barista sees you walk in, they, like, smile, like, oh, hey, how are you? That's the system that would prevent this, but we lost that ages ago. I don't think I agree with that. The founder said you can have your corporations here to help societal growth, but we're going to put a gun to your head. They just started buying politicians and withered away the Constitution. Well, I mean, the founders of the new country, I suppose you mean. It was unfairly hijacked by other kingdoms. No, I don't think... Like, the founders were slaveholders that said that all men are free, Camel. First of all. The system was built to perpetuate an oligarchy. It was built to perpetuate an oligarchy in an ethno-state, in fact. Feature, not a bug. A laissez-faire democracy was always a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. 100% true. Death by media. You are, like, incredibly based. I say this shit all the time. Socialization is scary. The thing is, it's not that scary, Brodig. It's actually fun. The first door that you'll knock on for a neighbor might be scary, but everyone after that will be easy. I've made videos on the subject. You can go check them out on the YouTube channel on how you can start engaging with your community, on, like, different methods that you can use to make yourself more comfortable, that you can use to practice, that you can use to reduce the risk of, like, a negative reaction while you're trying to do this. We left physical villages, we didn't create digital or meta villages, and now we're suffering from that. We evolved in groups to several dozen or several hundred. We did not evolve our own on our own like people live today. It's not even really that. It's the fact that social, like, interaction in person cannot be replicated online. Online social interaction, even in the best possible case, will only create a facsimile of the in-person social interaction. You won't get the like the desired effects of in-person socialization from doing it online. Does that mean online community is bad? No, but it's not community socializing. You're not actually doing that. You know, it's a different thing. I don't think you understood me correctly. I said it was an unfair system hijacked by other kingdoms. Those businesses are kingdoms. It wasn't like an apologist for either side. No, but see, I don't think it was unfairly hijacked. I think that was kind of like the goal, I simply stated the founding fathers saw this and said you can be here while under our guns. I don't understand the point that you're trying to make. Say hi to your neighbors. You're gonna need each other when the army rolls in your back door and starts knocking. Coco Kitty, you're so right, but on top of that, let's say you can't afford food this week because, like, your boss didn't pay or you got fired. You want to be able to go and ask your neighbor for help. Like, in communities that are ethnic, for example, during Ramadan, my dad buys a bunch of food and brings it to the mosque. You want to be able to ask for help when you need it. You want people to give a shit about you. What if there's a fire? What if there's a fire? What if there's a hurricane? What if there is a tornado coming to your house? What if your house gets broken into and you're a at-risk person who's afraid to call the police? You want to be able to call your neighbor. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Create an Article 5 group chat with your friends and your family. Explain that this group chat is to stay empty and that any message sent in this group chat means come to my house right the fuck now and be ready for something, you know, difficult. It is like calling the cops, but it's calling your community. Start that with your parents, with your friends. Then start talking to your neighbors and see if they'll come into it. Create community cohesion. Because otherwise, we get stuff like this.
Breaking news coming in from South Carolina tonight in a death penalty case making national headlines. For the first time in 15 years, a death row inmate has now been executed moments ago by firing squad instead of the electric chair or lethal injection.
We stopped doing lethal injection, and in at least in Alabama, this is in South Carolina, we give the people who are on death row the choice. Do you want to die by firing squad or gas chamber? It's basically the government saying, all right, fuck it, this isn't working, this is costing too much money. What do you want? You want to get shot in the heart or do you want to get put in the gas chamber? Pick one. We got to hurry this up. I got like 50 more of you to kill this week. That's what the government's doing here. There is no humane way to kill. That's true.
Here's Steve Osensami.
Prison officials in South Carolina tonight are making history on death row, using 3 executioners with rifles, firing from 15 feet away at the same time to shoot this double murderer in the heart.
Would it not, would it not be less painful and a faster death to have 3 of them shoot the guy in the head as, like, his death penalty, first of all? But secondly, again, like, this is the first death penalty case being, like, carried out by firing squad in modern history. I heard he asked for a cigarette instead of a last meal and was refused. He was told it was unhealthy and dangerous to smoke cigarettes. You're kidding. I don't believe that at all. That's fucking insane.
67-year-old Brad.
It doesn't matter whether he's a good dude or not. That doesn't matter. I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't even think Elon should get the death penalty. I don't think Nazis should get the death penalty. I think we should put them in a spaceship and shoot them off into space. And that's it. Like, just put all of them on a spaceship, give them food, give them stuff that they could use to survive. I guarantee you they won't work together anyway. And then just fire them off into an empty part of space. They can live. I don't want to give them the death penalty. I want to give them the life away from Earth penalty.
Brad Sigmund chose to die this way over the electric chair and lethal injection after a number of executions using injections have gone wrong. States have had trouble getting the right chemicals, and prison officials in the death chamber have struggled using needles and finding.
Used to be the case only one executioner and the crew had a full chamber, so no one knew who fired and who lived. Who fired the live one.
Sigmund's attorney says a firing squad felt more humane.
Knowing that the bullets are going to break the bones in his chest and destroy his heart, or
there
risk
is no humane
a
way of
20-minute
killing
long
somebody.
Execution strapped to a gurney with your lungs filling with blood and fluid.
Wouldn't it just be easier to give these guys fucking fentanyl? Are we not always talking about how dangerous fentanyl is and how quickly it can kill you? Just give the guys fucking fent and be done with it. Just do that. That's not inhumane, it's pleasure. Like, there's a reason people are addicted to opiates. It would feel good. That's more humane than shooting him in the heart. Yeah, crocodile tears over firing squads when they support the fucking death penalty. True. Like, I just don't understand why, like... You know what I do? The reason that we won't do that is because the conservatives don't want this man to feel any pleasure before he dies.
Now, this is an impossible choice.
Across America, nearly 24 states have a death penalty, and most of them are still by lethal injection. But now 5 states allow firing squads. In Idaho last year, they tried 8 times to kill this serial killer by lethal injection and failed. On Wednesday, lawmakers in response passed a bill to make a firing squad the state's primary death penalty.
Oxyander, I'm not saying this because, like, I'm trying to Fed post without Fed posting, but I actually don't believe in the death penalty. But even if I did, I wouldn't be allowed to say it because it would be against TOS. Imagine applying for a job in a prison that conducts the death penalty. Yeah.
South Carolina tonight, Brad Sigmund's ex-girlfriend.
Wait, hold on. Where's that map?
By lethal injection.
I know someone who is a prison nurse in a state that has the death penalty. I do not envy their job. Yeah, the inmates weren't cops, so the fentanyl may not work. Camel, no, I don't understand what you're trying to say here. You're saying that the founding fathers wanted to try and rein in corporate rule, because that's not true. The corporations ruled America up until, like, FDR. We had to have thousands of people die fighting for workers' rights in the 1800s. In strikes, in direct action. The founders didn't give, like, 2 fucks about controlling corporations. They gave a fuck about controlling America. They wanted to, you know, break free from the British, and then they wanted to control minorities, but, like, it wasn't corporations. They were much more focused on, like, interior matters. They literally still use a cocktail of drugs for lethal infection that was ad hoc brought together and still haven't bothered to change it to something less torturous. Again, just give these people fucking fent. Why? They gave a lot of a fuck about controlling you. Yeah, you can get back to me with that. You can bring it up in the Discord. I'd be happy to talk to you, but I just don't get the point that you're trying to make. So, when they do the firing squad, they all shoot in the heart, Pezzy. That's what they aim for. And again, in Alabama, you get to choose between the firing squad and the gas chamber. I know what the lethal injection includes. I just don't think that, like, first off, it's not humane. It clearly doesn't work because people have suffered severe, like, burning in their veins pain from it. So just give them something that works. Controlling the labor was way more important than corporatization. That came later. True. Okay, so Al Green. We all remember him, right? Made a based, like, stand at the State of the Union, stood up with his cane, was escorted out. Well, he was censured by the Democrats. By Congress, rather. And 10 Democrats, 10, voted in favor of censuring Al Green.
On this vote, the yeas are 224. The nays are 198, with 2 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. The House will come to order.
Ooh, Zach, that's a good one. I like that one a lot. I'm going to try and add that to, I don't know what because it's moving, so I'm not sure I can add it to, like, the emotes the same way, but that's totally going up there. Could you build an immunity to it? Seems like that gent might have been able to, with 6 doses of nothing. I suppose, like, if you're already, like, an opiate addict, but you're on death row, they keep you there for a while, you know? You would have no immunity or tolerance left by the time it gets to your turn. Those Dems are traitors, 100%. This is just liberals doing liberal things. It really is meaningless outside of demonstrating liberals that Democrats aren't going to save them. Unfortunately, yeah. Would it have passed without the Dems? I'm not sure. Does the censure vote need, like, more than just a majority?
Representative Green present himself to the will.
Hold on.
By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that
the Senate has 2 basic forms of punishment: expulsion, which requires 2/3 of a vote, or a censure, which requires a majority vote. So no, they didn't need any of the Democrats to vote along with them if all of the Republicans did. And thank you, Zach. And if I don't have the slots, I'll make one that's a based emote.
Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
So let's find out which of these 10 traitors voted in favor of this. Well, It was Representatives Ami Bera of California, Ed Case of Hawaii, Jim Costa of California, Laura Gillen of New York, Marie Gluesenkamp Perez of Washington, Jim Himes of Connecticut, Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Marcy Kaptur of Ohio, Jared Moskowitz of Florida, and Tom Suozzi of New York. What does censure mean in real terms? Well, so let me give you like a proper definition. It means that basically the member who's being censured is required to shut the fuck up. That's kind of it. It just makes you shut the fuck up. Formal public group condemnation of an individual, often a group member, whose actions run counter to the group's acceptable standards or individual behavior. Governmental censure is done when a body's members wish to publicly reprimand the person or a member of Congress, a judge, blah, blah, blah. It's a formal statement of disapproval. It relies the target's sense of shame on their constituents. Has little practical effect, technically. But it does basically mean shut the fuck up. Because if you don't shut the fuck up, then they tend to have further consequences that come from this. This expansion of death penalty methods is reminding me when I observe court cases when someone is found guilty of murder but not sentenced to death, they're sentenced to a certain number of years rather than a life sentence. Well, I mean, yeah, we have differences for these. What the fuck are these names? These don't sound like white Christian names. They don't, in fact, sound at all like what you would expect the people who vote along the censure lines here, but it doesn't matter. But if these are any of your representatives, you know which ones not to vote for. And I also would not shut the fuck up if I was them. Like I said, if I was Al Green, I would have had them drag me out of the State of the Union. I wouldn't have let them walk me out of there. Fuck that shit. If you're going to cause a scene, you might as well cause a full scene. So, then let's get on to the economic impact that Americans are absolutely feeling.
Approach, Anderson, because America is hurting itself.
No worries,
in this
Camel.
Direction, the president
No disrespect.
is killing the U.S. stock market. Your stock market is actually performing worse than the stock market in Europe or in Canada.
Do you understand what she just said there?
Really a perverse approach, Anderson,
Volume is a bit low.
because America is hurting itself. Moving in this direction, the president is killing the U.S. stock market. Your stock market is actually performing worse than the stock market in Europe or in Canada. You're going to raise the prices on gas. You're going to raise the prices on groceries. You're going to make electricity more expensive. And all for what reason? Because Canadians aren't nice enough? I mean, come on. This is just utterly absurd. America is hurting itself. And the end result has been to do something which is really hard to do, antagonize Canadians. It's really a perverse approach, Anderson, because...
Oh, is Carney the new Prime Minister of Canada?
America is hurting itself. Moving in this direction, the president is killing the U.S. stock market. Your stock market is actually performing
I'm sorry,
worse.
I didn't realize I was playing again. I was looking at who Carney is. I'm going to find a video for that. Guys, it's self-harm. I said this before. We are doing self-harm. We didn't even pass the tariffs. Donald Trump backed out on them in the last second. Canada didn't, though. Wait till Canada puts 25% electricity export duty taxes on energy. They sell to New England tomorrow AM. It's going to set off Wall Street circuit breakers. I fucking sure hope so. I want them to shut off the energy. Fuck the tariffs. I just want them to shut off all power coming to the U.S. Since when are we watching CNN? Are we also going to see how Fox News is copying Fair and Balanced? Hey, Zach, you know I always bring up mainstream media and we'd like make fun of them. Of course, I've also watched Fox News on this channel. It's useful to get to see what the talking heads are talking about. You just don't trust them. And yeah, China's now tariffing Canada as well. It's getting messy.
Mr. Secretary, I want to whip through this next section if we can. It's a little bit of a to-do list. President Trump previously announced 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports. Are those still going to take effect Wednesday, yes or no?
Oh, I read since when, you're right.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Are the 250% tariffs against Canada on dairy and lumber coming this week? And
if we backed out of the last tariffs because it would hurt our auto industry too much, do you think that we're going to put 250% tariffs on dairy and on lumber? Are you kidding? We couldn't even pass the last ones. We couldn't even do the last ones because y'all are too much of a pussy. Pass the damn tariffs. Crash the economy. We're waiting here. I'm begging you. This was supposed to happen weeks ago.
And if so, when?
No, you did not mishear that.
Are those still going to take effect Wednesday? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Are the 250% tariffs against Canada on dairy and lumber coming this week? And if so, when?
No, I think that those reactions, the changes to U.S.
Okay, forget the rest of what he says. This guy's like obviously lying all the time. But Donald Trump did threaten that. Didn't we have a lumber shortage a few years ago? We did, roll of the D, except just recently, Donald Trump and his administration decided, let's start deforesting the forests in America for lumber. This kind of relates to when I had that debate and we were talking about why we don't like to, we don't like to cut our forests down for the trees here. We'd rather buy lumber from abroad, and the reasons for that. What I didn't get to mention is that ordered massive swaths of U.S. national forest to be cut down. Hundreds of millions of acres of trees will be raised and endangered species will not be protected. Besides just the environmental impact, this changes temperatures and amounts and distribution of rainfall, which then creates drier climates in some areas while increasing rainfall yields in others, further degrading agricultural viability. This is going to turn more of the U.S. into a desert. As we've talked about, Nevada, New Mexico, Southern California are all becoming a desert, kind of like the Australian outback. This is just going to make that worse. No forests, only golf courses. Only golf courses. Good thing is 60% of crude oil for the U.S. uses from Canada, and all our refineries are set up to for Canadian crude. Yep, talked about that constantly. Although we do produce the most oil and natural gas in the world, we do still buy quite a bit of our supply as crude because we have the best refineries in the world. It's always a red flag when you ask someone if they are going to do a simply dumb or evil thing and they respond with attempts at nuance. It's true. It is true. That is a massive red flag, in fact. So here is the same guy saying Americans should absolutely not brace for a recession despite bank warnings.
All right, Mr. Secretary, consumer sentiment.
Why at this point? This is just like, no. Don't panic. We're gonna fuck you, but don't panic.
Dropping inflation has ticked up. Major banks like J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs now say a recession in the next 12 months is becoming more likely. Should Americans brace for a recession?
Yes. Yes, they should. Just right off the bat. In fact, you should probably brace for a depression because there's a lot of factors at play here that if the idiots in power, and mind you, they are evil, and some of them can be smart, but they are all idiots when it comes to governing. They're all, I'm not calling all of them innately stupid, but fascists don't know how to govern. That's a consistent throughout history. And so they're likely to fuck this up. And you are right, coherent scream. I just mean it's getting much worse.
Absolutely not. Anybody who bets against Donald Trump, it's like the same people who thought Donald Trump wasn't a winner a year ago. Donald Trump is a winner. He's going to win for the American people. That's just the way it's going to be. There's going to be no recession in America. What there's going to be is global tariffs are going to come down because President Trump has said, you want to charge us 100%? We're going to charge you 100%. And you know what they say? They say, no, don't charge us 100%. We'll bring ours down. We'll unleash America out to
yes,
the
of course. They all are saying this. Every country is saying this.
World, grow our economy in a way we've never grown before. You are going to see over the next 2 years the greatest set of growth coming from America as Americans. You saw it, 1.3 trillion of new investment coming in America. Think of all those jobs. And remember,
Guys, I found Donald Trump's fourth bankruptcy. He's talking about like a football game or something. It's a joke to these people. It is a joke to these people. But you know why? Because they'll be fine. She asks a basic economic question and he responds with, my guy is a winner. Sounds about right for the type of people we're talking about. These people, they're basically just gambling. They're at the casino all the time, and they don't care because they get free casino dollars. They can never lose until they lose. Such a winner, he managed to bankrupt 3 casinos. Yeah, dude makes Jim Cramer look smart. These people are all fuckwits, and it's on purpose. We discussed this. They put in place people who are bad at their jobs on purpose. Does this person even have a degree in economics? Who knows, and who cares? This guy's just making up numbers, and he knows numbers. The banks, the largest banks in the world, JP Morgan, they're saying, oh no, there's a recession. And he's saying, no. Donald Trump's a winner. There's not going to be a recession. Meanwhile, this is the markets. The pre-market trading is lovely. The market is driving itself on extreme fear, and the pre-market looks like we're starting off with 250 down on the Dow, 50 down on the S&P, and another 200 down on the NASDAQ. That's just pre-market trading. Yeah, goddamn, that's bad is bad. It's pretty bad. After 3 other days of down, you really this is bad enough that we've already kind of lost enough wealth that it's equivalent to the 2008 financial crash. By the numbers, I think this is worse already. Risk-based investment strategy while BlackRock piles up the pieces and no company complains as it feels safer. True. By the way, did you know that BlackRock bought the Panama Canal? 2 ports on both sides are now owned and operated and occupied by BlackRock. How are the odds on Trump surviving the year? I feel like he'll survive the year. I think maybe the bourgeoisie, the oligarchy might remove him from power next year because he does talk a lot in ways that they don't want him to.
Trillion of investment in America is 1% of growth GDP. So Donald Trump is bringing growth to America. I would never bet on recession. No.
I don't know. We can go check the poly market. I mean, I hate the poly market, but it is a good idea to see what the betting looks like. Although I've never been on this site and just actually looked for something, so I'm not going to do that. Because it did not instantly appear to me. Gold prices, though, Mr. Satnav, have been steadily going up for a while.
No chance.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
Gold has been going up. Hold on. I'm sure I brought this before. Gold prices. Oh. Well. Gold prices, graph. There we go. Here's gold prices. I feel like that's generally a pretty poor indicator of economic strength, is when that's the gold prices. Just, whoop. It's going up almost as much as the market's going down.
He returned home to his support.
By the way, one of the only good bits of messaging I've seen from the Democrats so far is from the DCCC. Hey, liberals, crashes the stock market. This is much better messaging than anything I've seen them putting out yet. I trust the yellow metal, yeah. I know that gold dipped the other day when Donald didn't say anything crazy the other day. Yeah, it's like one day. The markets are all vibe-based. You guys realize that, right? Like, there's not really much reality intertwined here. I'm harvesting some gold from all circuit boards. Based. It might be worth some value soon. All right, so let's find out who the next Prime Minister of Canada is.
Supporters to make his bid for the party leadership. Mark Carney made it clear he wanted to become Canada's 24th Prime Minister.
I'm back home in Edmonton to declare my candidacy for Leader of the Liberal Party and Prime Minister of Canada.
He says he has the experience Canada needs.
Consider this.
Why go away? Like, what's wrong with him?
I've helped manage multiple crises, and I've helped save 2 economies.
Mark Carney is a former governor of the Bank of Canada and a former governor of the Bank of England.
Let's have a look
He
at his
served as an advisor
Wikipedia.
to Justin Trudeau and to Boris Johnson. Carney was born in Canada's remote Northwest
This
Territory.
guy was pro-Brexit? No, you can't tell me he was pro-Brexit. Well, of course he's a corpo lover, but like, That's like, it doesn't matter whether he's a corporal level right now. This is war. We're World War III. We need some guy who's capable of getting Canada to set up a proper, like, defensive. He's gonna sell Canada? Fuck. All right, let's have a look at his Wikipedia. Referred to Occupy Wall Street protests is entirely constructive, citing frustrations being felt particularly in the U.S. over inequality. Warned of societal risk of staggering wealth inequality. That's not too bad back then. Monetary policy in 2019. Growth challenge for monetary policy in the current international monetary and financial system, said that widespread use of the US dollar, the dominant currency, pricing and trade influencing invoicing in place of the currency, either the producer or the importer, had destabilizing effects on the global economy. That's true. First of all, now hold on. This guy seems kind of like based so far. From what I've read so far, he's pretty based. For a corpo, at least, you know. About 50% of international trade relies on US dollars, what he said. That's true. Dominant currency pricing is not problematic when there is synchronized growth globally, but when the tide is rising in America while receding elsewhere, the system needs to be revamped. He's all right on fiscal policy. Like, his corpo views are kind of sockdem, yeah. Speaking just hours after Trump posted a tweet blaming the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's policies for creating fear and economic recession, Carney urged central banks to collaborate in replacing the US dollar as a reserve currency. No, this guy's based as fuck, guys. I've yet to see anything negative. Okay, so Brexit, here we go. Warned that Brexit was expected to be a negative influence on the UK economy. He did all right work in the UK, it's tough to say, but the thing is, like, so far, he's doing all right. Yeah, so you were right, yeah, Captain Buggy. He's a sockdem. Speaking about the global economy, provided a less negative perspective on Brexit, stating that globalization has resulted in balances of democracy and sovereignty. Brexit is the first test of the new global order that could prove the acid test of whether it could be a way or found to broaden the benefits of openness while enhancing democratic accountability. That doesn't sound great, but that does sound very Libby. Promised to spend 2% of Canada's GDP on defense, the NATO target, by the end of 2030. Canada's not even in NATO. Wait, no, they are in NATO. Never mind. Never mind, they're not in the EU. Climate change, environmental sustainability. Cool. Interview with Jon Stewart. Attributed much of Canada's emissions to the oil industry, which he argued could become cleaner. I want to hear him talk. I want to see how strong-willed he is.
In 1965, he went to Harvard and worked at Goldman Sachs before being named Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada in 2003.
Mark Carney is best known as a central bank chief. He led the central bank both in Canada but also in the United Kingdom. So he's entering, he says, as a relative political newbie, coming in from outside the parliament. He won't actually have a seat, which is why, in part, he is expected to call an election soon. He's really campaigned hard.
He is a corpo. He is a corpo. I just want to know how he's going to do with war. That's the thing. We need him to be the guy who defends Canada from an invasion. So, like, I don't care if he's a corpo as long as he's a strong corpo.
Of Canada.
Give me Saburo Arasaka right now.
It's suddenly taking on the air of something that he might have genuine ambition for. But even more important in that equation is Donald Trump's willingness to use economic coercion to put pressure on Canada.
Yeah, well, look, we can't all do Johnny Silverhand, can we?
Love.
Fuck, that's loud. Okay, let's hear him talk.
Boom.
Excuse me? Can I not change where the live stream is on YouTube anymore? Did they change that? Whatever.
Prime Minister, I think it's clear we should just skip a generation. Alors, bonsoir tout le monde. Wow.
French?
This room.
Rude.
This room is strong. This room is Canada.
Canadian
strong.
patriotism growing.
Thank you, Cleo. Thank you, Cleo. And to my wife, Diana, our children, Cleo, Tess, Amelia, and Sasha.
Thank you,
Without
Dan
your
Ditso.
support, I wouldn't be standing
Thanks for
here.
the follow, Rollide. Buenos noches to you as well. The South Park movie was real. Canada's national... to be fair, like, I don't blame them for the patriotism and the nationalism that's growing. I just hope the nationalism doesn't get too far. We learned about him on my stream as well. Cool. Gus Tex, is he good? Is he strong? Like, I'm gonna skip to like the beginning of the speech because we have a lot to go through. We'll cover him in detail tomorrow. Because we're going to go much more into foreign policy. But if he maneuvered his way after Brexit, he'll have the experience for what's coming. That's what I'm thinking as well.
Are the voices for your communities, and you are the conscience of our party. Thank you for your service. Now, to give a sense of that service, I'm going to quote from a message that I and Christia and Karina...
Pre-breakfast banana, it helps a lot to avoid the rug pull when they're also facing extinct. Like, America's coming for them. So you can at least trust them to not want to be annexed. But it is a gamble with a corpo. Liberalism is so boring. I agree. I'm not going to listen to him talk for too long. I just need to get some idea of his rhetoric. Yeah, better than Polivar. Polivar was just MAGA.
The four of us received from someone called Bob Zettel. Now, Bob, full disclosure, I know the leader of the opposition's into full disclosure, so I'm going to full disclosure.
Yeah, okay, fuck off. He's boring, but hopefully he's good. We'll learn about him tomorrow because we're going to go more into detail on foreign policy, and I need to find like an actual good speech of him talking. Yeah, he's boring. I don't want you all to get bored. We'll move on. I am very much full applause towards Scheinbaum, though. He wants to bring private healthcare to Canada. Okay, well, he's terrible, but at the same time, like, do you want to be America or do you want to be Canada? He's not good. When I say good, I mean he's good enough to not make you America. You need to understand the stakes at play, Coco. This is not, what he's going to do for Canada. He ain't going to do shit for Canada. His job is to prevent Canada from becoming America. That's why he's there. That's his job. Oh, look, it's Rick Scott, the guy that Hassan got banned for pointing out created the largest Medicare fraud in American history.
Quickly, if you could, sir, President Trump has acknowledged that there's going to be a little disturbance due to his economic policies. How bad is this disturbance going to be, and how long is it going to last?
Well, first off, Donald Trump walked in with a crappy economy.
No, he didn't. Again, immediately. Again, let me make sure you all know, when Donald Trump came into office, he had the best economy that a president coming into office could possibly ask for. Low inflation, markets doing great, unemployment's low. There was nothing wrong with the economy when Trump took office.
Full-time jobs have been dropping almost the entire Biden administration. This is a lot of work. Now, manufacturing
Hey, no, I would not, because what Hassan got banned for is not saying he would or you should. He got banned for talking directly to Mike Johnson. Like, obviously, Mike Johnson wasn't there. They were watching a video of Mike Johnson, and he was, answering what Mike Johnson said. So that was actually saying if Mike Johnson cared about Medicare fraud, he would TOS redacted Rick Scott.
Are coming back.
Quickly, if you could, sir, President Trump is...
Yeah, corporate greed was always an issue, but that's just been doubled down on. True. Oh, look, resetting the goalpost on economy going forward, and Scott is shit. True, but the economy is going to continue to crash. Rick Scott has some audacity to go on CNN. Here's how Americans feel.
Hold on, one at a time, okay. Yes. Terrible. Terrible, all right? Yes. Hungry? Hunger. All right, let me get some hands back there. Be loud. We got a hand there. Okay, man. Stressful. Stay on that issue, sure. You're not sure if you're going to be able to keep the heat on. You're not
sure if you can keep the heat on. Trump's America, y'all.
To keep the heat on. Yes, ma'am. Trying to find a way to plan a meal for your next paycheck comes, ma'am.
Forget about buying shoes and clothes for your kids.
You're lucky if you make ends meet paying bills.
You're lucky if you make ends meet paying bills. This is true, and it's only getting worse. This is why community is so important. Because again, if you can't afford food for your kids, it's helpful to be able to ask your neighbors. If you can't afford shoes and clothing for your kids, it's useful to be able to ask your neighbors. Sometimes they have, hand-me-downs. If you aren't sure that you'll be able to keep the heat on, your community is unsure of this, and it's the middle of winter and it's extremely cold, maybe all of you can pitch in to keep one house's heat on and stay in that house. Maybe the opposite in the summer. You want to be a part of a community because people are stronger together. Throughout history, humans have survived hardship through community. This is how it's always been since the very beginning. And if you don't have this, then you suffer or you die. And we are at the point where you will die if you don't have a concept of what's happening, are preparing for it, and are not caught off. Like, if you get caught off guard, it's over for you. Riddle this standard. So here in my country, we had a pro-current president activist say that someone needed to take the syrup out of the nose of a leftist elected man, and YouTube or other private... I have no idea what you said there, mate. I'm sorry. Sorry. We could have 8 years of Bernie if we allowed it. Yeah, the Democrats just fucked us. It's always... The Democrats have preferred fascism to socialism since 2016 and have consistently proved that to be the case. And to be fair, we do have a third party in the United States. The DSA won 50 seats in their last state legislature election. Now, it's not a federal one, obviously, but that's not bad at all. It's more than any third party's won in modern history.
Until your next paycheck comes, ma'am.
Forget about buying shoes and clothes for your kids. You're lucky if you make ends meet paying bills.
Forget about buying shoes.
Fuck that shit, Mr. Satnav. Do your workshops on simple insulation, costed materials and events. Fucking, it might be a risk to people's health to give them advice and materials, as we couldn't be sure that they would ever install them properly. Fuck you. It's better to have them than not. Do it.
And clothes for your kids. Ma'am?
Skipping doctor's visits. That's a pretty common one.
Doctor's visit. Okay, I see a hand back there. Sir, yeah. Fear that the world is going to fall apart, sir.
Am I getting glasses or am I getting them for my kid?
Am I getting glasses or can I get them for my kids? Sir.
Can't plan for the future.
Can't plan for the future.
Your plan for the future should be creating a community in your local community. I'm not going to stop saying it. Go outside, walk around, go to the library, visit the fire department, go say hi to the store clerk, chat someone up, give them a compliment. I like your hair. I like your shoes. Go buy some pastries. Go knock on some doors. Make some friends. Make a community. I hate politicians, but man, he's great. Yeah.
Hand back there, sir.
I did clip it. Thank you, Mr. Satnav.
Psychological warfare. Yes.
You make impossible decisions for your family.
You make impossible decisions for your family, sir.
General insecurity.
General insecurity. Okay. I think you got it.
That's how Americans are feeling right now. All of us. And I know that's the case. Every single one of those people had very relatable issues. This is the line to get into Bernie Sanders' rally. It takes 10 minutes just to walk from the back of the line to the front when you're walking, not waiting. The people are energized. The people know what they want. The people know what is good for them when they are allowed to. And when the pain actually hits you, when you are fooled into supporting the people who want to steal from you, and then it personally affects you, and you are stolen from, they get mad. They're like, well, it wasn't supposed to be to me. They want everyone else to suffer for their gain, even the voters. Download the Twitch TV app on all your neighbor smart TVs. Yeah, and then follow Visora and Zachap. I'm still waiting for Europe to create a Twitch or YouTube like substitution. I need them to do it like now. Somebody in Europe, please make a streaming service. Unlike Trump, Bernie isn't insecure enough to brag or care about what the size of his rally is. True. Bernie, we're sorry, can you please save us? Fuck that lib shit. No one's coming to save you, Too Real for this. Nobody is coming to save us. We have to do it. Real, lasting, positive change will only ever come from the bottom up. Liberate your community, liberate yourself, come together, and demand the change. Make it happen. Nobody's saving us. You have to save us. You have to save yourself and your community. Oh, you were baiting me for that, weren't you, Too Real for this? Good job, you got me there. Some of us see Bernie as a Mushika type, being a guerrilla fighter minus his charisma. I can see it. He's actually humble and purely gives a shit about improving things for people. That's what you're supposed to be. That's your job. He's a good man. It's absurd that all politicians don't care about the people the way he does, but that's the thing. They're not meant to. The system is built so that they don't. He's the, anomaly. He's not the norm. I know some Latin Americans that are working on platforms to substitute YouTube. Based, whatever, fuck it. If it comes from South America, even better. I figured Europe because they were on their shit with the coalescing defense for Europe from, Russia. I thought maybe they would get to it first, but if you guys get to it first, hell yeah. I just want a safe place to stream where I don't think that, any day that I could wake up, I can try and log in to go to work, and then all of my accounts were suddenly deleted because leftists are terrorists now or some shit. It's a real risk. Especially now that, we're gearing up to enter, some of the more unpopular parts of their plan, such as, getting rid of Social Security, or looting Social Security.
In his speech to Congress on Tuesday, Donald Trump set an ambitious goal: balance the federal budget. But as a Fox News anchor, Maria Bartiromo...
Balance the budget, as in, create it so that the system, the budget isn't creating debt, it's creating a surplus. However, you just had $4 trillion in tax cuts. It's impossible. It's literally impossible.
tried to explain to him in an interview this morning.
Yeah, it's not a risk. It's eventually going to happen. It's more just has it happened yet?
Can't do that without going after entitlements.
When you look at where the spending is, 76% of the spending going to the mandatory programs, don't you have to really cut into those mandatory programs in order to really make a dent?
I love how even Fox News is pointing this out now.
You're going to balance the budget.
Yeah,
you can't balance the budget just by Doge cuts,
We're
right?
going to have growth like you've never seen before.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you said that.
We're going to have growth. I'm not going to touch
I
social.
forgot you already gave me the bullshit for this one. That's how they think they can balance the budget, by creating more of an income. And by income, it's just they're going to steal your money with the crypto shit.
Security, Medicare, Medicaid. No, we're going to get fraud out of there.
There is no fraud at all in Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. In fact, Doge has found 0 instances of fraud. 0. Because if there was any fraud from Doge, there would be a court case, an arrest. There would be an arrest record for defrauding the federal government. And there is not a single one.
Put a pin in that one, folks. Yeah, okay. Because the Congressional Budget Office ran the numbers, and they found that to balance the budget, Republicans will have to cut from Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid. That safety net, those benefits. And Americans don't want that, especially when it comes to Social Security, the single largest program in the federal budget.
The money that you pay into every paycheck that you're supposed to get when you retire is what they're going to steal. Your money. That's your money.
A poll from January found that more than 2/3 of all Americans think we're not spending enough on Social Security, and only 6% think we're spending too much. Here's the deal. There's a reason it's the third rail of American politics. But that's not stopping Republicans.
Yeah. Guys, Kadiris has a really good point. The existence of Doge has made me believe there's less corruption in the government than I previously thought. Clearly the government was running pretty fucking efficiently because they can't find anything to really cut. Everything they've announced has been a lie. So I guess the government is pretty efficient. Death by Media McCarthyism 2.0 is coming. Remember, chat, the Dems set its legislation in motion for the fascists to go whole hog on it. That's true. I mean, I've already seen news articles saying oh, the leftists are teaching illegal immigrants their rights and we need to stop that. They're coming for us. It's coming in the next couple weeks. Too soon, honestly. Far too soon. I've been paying for Social Security. When's it my time to get it? I want to have it. Well, you'd have to be 65 and you're not going to get it now. So, because they're going to take it from you. France rioted when they shifted the retirement age. What are we going to do when they're talking about taking our retirement away altogether? It's a good question. Maybe we should take a look at some French protests again, or maybe some Georgian protests again. $800 billion on military spending. Where are the cuts to that? Well, to be fair, any cut to military spending would just be to privatize it. It would be the cut is to whatever the government is using to build it, and then we would apply after the cut an even larger amount of money in a contract to a private company to do it. Like any cut they make, they just replace with more expensive contracts. The only places they haven't checked are agriculture and DOD, and that's where the fraud is. I think they did check agriculture, but it's legal fraud in the form of handouts to corpos. That's the whole point, yeah.
From wrapping their
waste.
hands around it.
Your wages are the
Elon
waste.
Musk has been repeating the line that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And in his speech on Tuesday, Donald Trump actually lied about millions of dead people receiving benefits.
That's shocking.
Even the guy Trump installed to lead the Social Security Administration has said that that's not true. But it doesn't seem like he has much control over what's going on. The Washington Post reported this week that privately, senior staff has been told that
No, it is illegal fraud in the form of handouts to corpos, Arberlin. It's not just looking for blackmail. They're just stealing from you.
Doge is running the show and that they will make mistakes. Reports are already emerging about long wait times and delays in reviewing disability claims. And soon all of this meddling.
You know why? In places like France, in Costa Rica, where they want to push the retirement age up, in America, when we've had this conversation before, in the UK, their only reason that it gets to a point where we might have to push the retirement age up to keep it solvent is because that rich people don't pay their taxes. That's it. That's the only reason. If rich people paid their taxes, then that wouldn't be an issue. The reason rich people fucking hate Social Security is because they have to pay more than you do because they make more money. And you get more of their money, and they get less of it. That's why, because it's actually a somewhat socialist system that actually exists for the people. You know, if you have more money, you pay more money into Social Security. Now, it's not even close to actually set up to work functionally that way, but it is set up in a way that it wouldn't take much to really click that in. It's mostly like, it's like a Lego piece that needs to get attached, and it's sitting where it needs to get attached, but it just hasn't been pushed into the grooves yet. And appropriations not being paid back, that's also true.
Could mean that people don't get their checks on time. I mean, folks, take a moment. Do you really trust Elon Musk to get you your checks on time?
There's a lot of things we could do to fix
Well,
it
the
that would
most
be
recent
so
commissioner
incredibly
of the
easy.
Social Security Administration definitely does not. Martin O'Malley told CNBC, ultimately, you're going to see
Jump Jay, that's why we're going to the Gilded Age, not the Golden Age.
this system collapse and an interruption of benefits. I believe you will see that within the next 30 to 90 days. And
Dan did so. That is an issue in other countries, but it's not an issue in the United States because our population is growing because we have immigration. That's why immigration's good, because without the immigration, we would also have that problem. Those immigrants come in, they work, they pay taxes that also go to Social Security, especially when they get citizenship and residency and all of this.
at it.
Well, when they
People
did,
should
rather.
start saving now.
Back in the
Joining
day.
me now is Martin O'Malley. He served as the commissioner of the Social Security Administration under President Biden. Before that, he was governor of the great state of Maryland. It's great to have you at the table, Governor. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, and the fix for that, Dan Ditso, is you have to incentivize having children, make it cheaper to have children. You subsidize childcare, you subsidize like baby-related stuff like commerce, diapers and baby wipes and medicine for children. Like you subsidize the things that are expensive to have a children and to raise a child, and more people will have a child.
If Social Security misses payments, it would be the first time in 90 years of its existence that
Breakfast
will
banana,
have ever
everything
happened.
is illegal. Everything they've done is illegal. Who cares anymore?
What exactly are you seeing that Doge is doing that makes you so worried?
Wow. Do I call you Lieutenant Governor, Chairman, Excellency?
Friend words.
There are several things they're doing, Michael. It appears they're doing everything they can to break this agency, to degrade customer service, and these acts are also, and to drive employees out of this agency. Keep in mind, the the Republican House was reducing staffing and cutting Social Security before the Doge bros even had driver's licenses. So this agency was serving more and more people.
That's a nice hit. That's a nice burn to the 19-year-old incels.
Every single day because of us baby boomers, with staffing that was reduced to a 50-year low. So the biggest threat to the agency is the way they're driving experienced, knowledgeable employees out of it, including those who are about 30 to 40% retirement eligible that run the IT systems. So what we're going to see is more and more intermittent.
Apparently IT is woke.
Shutdowns of, the processing apps, and also, yesterday for a time, the portal that allows people to check their MySSA account went down. You're going to see more of that for longer durations. You're already seeing the wait times, the lines, all going again in the wrong direction after they were made to go in the right and more timely direction by the end of last year. They're all going in the wrong direction. And then you're going to see all of those things having a cascading effect, because just because that base of the IT system, that old COBOL system, is old, doesn't mean
almost certainly, SN, they're going to replace quite a lot of the governing with AI.
That it doesn't have to be maintained. And the people that know how to maintain it, get this, are being paid for an entire year if they will leave now and not let the door hit their backside on the way out. That's the waste.
I see that, as sort of the linchpin to a lot of this. It is not about the functionality of the system. It is about a clearing.
That's because you have to have more than 3 brain cells to rub together to be in IT. Therefore, the chance of being conservative is much easier to clear. Yeah. Black box for government. Lovely. Yep, that's the point. What's up, Clam Jammer? Couple points I couldn't make while driving. I'm excited to hear them.
Of the decks. We want these people out. If this system collapses, certainly that's going to be a devastating thing. How then do you get things up and running again? I mean, at some point, when your cousin, your aunt, your mom, your dad, yourself don't get that check that you need to cover your expenses, whether it's health care, whether it's other things you may use your Social Security payments for. What do people do? And how do you get the system back online?
40% of seniors living alone.
That face really says it all.
Your Social Security payments for. What do people do? And how do you get the system back online?
That silent shake of the head, that says everything. Treat your kids like people because they're people, true and based. First they came for the trans people. I didn't speak out. Then they came for me. That will be what happens if you don't speak out. Laws only apply to the poor is so for real. It is. SN, they just rolled out AI chat in a couple agencies. You just say it sucks. Surprise, surprise. Do you have a source for that? Because I would love to see that. So, former administrator warns that Social Security is near total system collapse. This was 7 hours ago.
President Trump took aim at Social Security Tuesday during his address to a joint session of Congress.
This is a big fucking deal, by the way. Like, I know a lot of you are too young to get Social Security. We're not, like, a lot of us are not 65 or over. But, and by the way, this is a perfect freeze frame for Donald Trump right here. In fact, hold on. I need that screen grab. But there's a lot of people who rely on Social Security, who will die without access to it, who will starve. Might have been Wired. I'll go see if I can find it. I did see that they, Wired has a different article than I saw. He looks like an evil Dr. Seuss character. He is an evil Dr. Seuss character.
Falsely claimed the program has, quote, shocking levels of fraud and sends checks to 150-year-olds. To be clear,
the fourth horseman, that's Elon.
That's not true. A recent Inspector General report found less than 1% of Social Security payments are improper, and most are overpayments to eligible people. And while there are about 90,000 seniors over 100 years old receiving Social Security benefits, and the names of deceased Americans are still in the database, there is no evidence checks are being sent to thousands of them, as Trump claimed. Today, the program supports 72.5 million retirees and people with disabilities.
Social Security, brought to you by Vanguard Investments. 6 months later, oops, this investing firm is permanently closing due to financial crisis. True.
But the Trump
We're going to get constant 2008s from now on. Every day is a 2008 financial crash.
administration is already threatening delivery of Social Security benefits by reducing staff. Last week, the acting Social Security administrator offered buyouts to employees and announced plans to slash 7,000 jobs. And more attacks could be coming from Doge leader Elon Musk, who's called Social Security a scam.
He's also called it communism.
Social Security.
Why do they hate us? Well, pre-breakfast banana, the rich hate us because they are unable to empathize with us. Oh, I can't read it because Wired is a paywall. God damn it. Well, it's fine. Thank you. I'll look into that later because now I have like the name of all this. They hate us because they can't relate to us because they don't have empathy. All they have is desire. They are the embodiment of like the 7 deadly sins. They embody all of them. I'm not even Christian, but like think about it. They are just greed, sloth, wrath, all put together. Lust for a lot of them as well, in like the worst possible ways. Like they are just base human instinct brain. They're lizard brain. And they hate you because they don't think of you as one of them. Like, why would you purge your database of names that people use to pay? You just change their marker from alive and pay to dead and do not pay. You got to keep history of your records. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but they don't give a fuck about keeping history of their records. Hold on. Every single word in a government agency that has, every single post in a government agency that has any of these words is now gone. There's a lot of words in here that would be useful for a government. Like, I don't know, politics, political, barrier, belong. I don't know, whatever. They're demons. Thank you for the archive link. Much, much appreciated. Doge has deployed its GSAI custom chatbot for 1,500 federal workers. Doge team is automating tasks as it continues to purge the federal workforce. Meant to support general tasks similar to commercial tools like ChatGPT. It's tailored in a way that makes it safe for government use. Yeah, this is gonna suck. This is gonna be everything from now on. The memo also includes a warning: do not type or paste federal non-public information such as work products, emails, photos, videos, or audio conversations that are meant to be pre-decisional or internal to GSA. Okay, whatever. Hell. Greed, sloth, lust, gluttony, pride, envy. What the fuck is the last one? Wrath. That's the last one, Captain Buggy. They embody all of these. Like, again, just think about it, right? Do they not constantly do all of that? How can 77 million people vote for this? So many psychotic people in the United States. Lena can do it. How did the Nazis vote in the Nazis? It's the same thing. It was people voted for economic reasons. They thought that this would benefit them financially, and so they did. The same reason the Nazis voted for Hitler. This isn't some foreign takeover. This is the U.S. Well, I mean, to be fair, there is quite a lot of foreign influence that goes along with this because half of MAGA is built on like Russian misinformation and psyops, like QAnon, for example, Russian psyop. But it is also social media. People you think are of sound mind repeat stuff that's put in front of them, and we're losing psychological battle for our minds. Which is why I tell you, by the way, don't believe everything that I say. Go read it yourself and think about it. Make a concerted effort to do some critical thinking, some introspection. Yeah, that was the other point. I guess 50% of Americans are trans now because they're deleting women. Well, if 50% of Americans are trans now, then we're all committing felonies, Clamjammer. Because it's a felony to be trans in Texas, at least. We need to look back at Nazi Germany and how did that happen? How did so many people get things wrong? Well, it's the same way. It was media. It's the same guy. Cool, we don't need to watch the one. They were convinced by the media that it would be economically beneficial for them to do it. Layers of trolling, all of this, yeah. And now we're off the economic side. Trump, just the other day, we're at final moments. Can't let them have nuclear weapons. Something is going to happen to Iran very soon. You're going to hear about it. I stand by my claim that Iran already has a functional nuclear weapon. Not a big one, but has one in existence. And I think that this is mainly just distraction. I think our first military action is Canada and Mexico. I don't think it's going to be Iran. I don't think we're even going to bother with Iran. We might just send Israel guns for Iran at the moment. But if anything does happen with Iran, it will be through Israel. This man is a dangerous imbecile. This is true.
And that's going to be the next thing you'll be talking about is Iran. What's going to happen?
They are starting World War III. You guys understand this, right? Like, world leaders in Europe are meeting to create like emergency defense plans of how to like deal with the US not being their ally. Russia's trying to invade like other Balkan countries now. This is World War III shit. China just flew its strongest military fleet and had its strongest military fleet encircle and leave from China. Just come do live fire testing in Australian waters, or actually, no, it was international waters, but across from Australia and between New Zealand. So right by us, where a commercial pilot nearly got hit. Like, this is World War III. Iran is the only place the WEF doesn't have access to resources or banking. Manufacturer crisis on Project 2025, right? I'm pretty sure it's there somewhere. But again, like I said, we're going to find out on 420 if they're declaring martial law or not.
Iran, and there'll be some interesting days ahead. That's all I can tell you. You know, we're down to final strokes with Iran.
Oh, a lot of Americans wanted this to happen.
It's going to be an interesting time. And we'll see what happens. But we're down to the final moments. We're at final moments. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. I think that I would have had a deal within 1 month.
By the way, the only reason Iran has a nuclear weapon is because he took us out of the deal that we had with them. So yeah, I would have had a deal. You took us out of the deal. Also, pre-breakfast banana, you guys got to remember that 32% of Americans do believe that the apocalypse will happen in our lifetime, that Jesus will come down from the sky and rapture all of the good Christians to heaven. All that needs to happen is that all of Israel needs to go to war with all of like the brown folk and kill enough of them that Jesus will come down. 32% of America believes this.
After the rigged election of 2020, they were all set to make a deal. And then when I lost, they saw this person who's a stupid person.
Did he just say that he lost in 2020?
I would have had a deal within 1 month after the rigged election of 2020. They were all set to make a deal. And then when I lost, they saw this person who's a stupid person.
He finally admitted that he lost in 2020. It's wild that it's in the context of we're going to go to war with Iran, but I mean, it's something.
Stupid person.
No, he said it before in like a questionable way. This is him saying that he just openly, he said the rigged election of 2020, which he's still claiming it's rigged, but he did actually say he lost. That was the first time I've heard that. Yes, he prefaced it with the rigged election, but even then, I've still yet to hear him say he lost.
They were all set to make a deal. And then when I lost, they saw this person who's a stupid person, very stupid person. And they said, let's not.
Well, it's not progress. Right. It's actually bad progress, because if he's open, like if he's not uncomfortable saying shit like that, then that means he's not afraid anymore.
He took the sanctions off. They became rich under Biden. They went from having no money to having $300 billion.
Also, yes, his brain is soup. We must understand that. But in the context of like death of a euphemism, the fascist only drops the euphemism when they no longer need it. Also, real weird shit. U.S. fighter jets intercepted an aircraft over Mar-a-Lago airspace because apparently nobody reads FAA notices anymore. This marks over 20 airspace intrusions near Trump's Florida bunker since January. Either civilian pilots are really bad at geography, or someone keeps testing the limits of NORAD's patience. F-16s had to fire off flares to get the pilot's attention because nothing says bad day in a cockpit like realizing a fighter jet is on your tail. Yeah, imagine, like, we all know the feeling of driving and you see a cop behind you, right? Imagine flying a plane and you see an F-16 behind you. We need to put sirens and lights on the F-16s, I guess. But 20 different airspace intrusions over Mar-a-Lago. I don't know, maybe Trump should be in the White House instead of at Mar-a-Lago. Do you know why I pulled you over? Ma'am, have you been drinking this evening? Because you're piloting this plane in a very unstable fashion. Your wings are going side to side. I can see it. But again, like, literally, if we're getting 20 airspace intrusions where F-16s need to scramble over Mar-a-Lago, maybe Trump shouldn't be in fucking Mar-a-Lago, eh? And here we get to the actual war with Canada part. Trump reportedly told Justin Trudeau he does not believe the border between the US and Canada is valid, and he wants to revise it. Obviously. Trump has also said he wants to bring Canada to its knees by driving them to economic ruin. Mate, good luck with that. It looks like you might just be doing it to yourself. Yeah, no, Jesus fuck is correct. So, this is the desired line. He wants to annex more of the Great Lakes, as well as some of the rivers. So, possibly southeastern Ontario in a maximalist scenario kick Canada out of NORAD, judging by first-hand accounts of talks between Canada and Trump administration. Well, I mean, to be fair, America's been a corporate takeover. That's the most warmongering shit to say to a country. I don't respect your border. Literally. New York Times reports on first-hand accounts of what had been said in trade talks between U.S. and Canada, which led Canadian people that Donald Trump wants to annex Canada. Are we going to take the good side of the big waterfall? I heard our side is dirtier compared to theirs. Yes, we will. And yeah, we want to kick them out of NORAD.
What was that? Custom, that's right. I think in terms of what he wants, I heard he talked about banking again this morning.
Yeah, Canada's not confused about this.
In a tweet, which doesn't make any sense because American banks, there's about 16 American banks currently active in Canada holding about $113 billion worth of assets.
It is exactly what Putin said about Ukraine, plus other stuff. Thank you, Batgaz, for the follow. Good to see you. He's going to start saying, I was wrong, annex is the greatest word in the English language. No, this is just Putin as shit. Again, you're right. This is the kind of talk that we had. It's the same thing, by the way. We have troops at the Canadian border already. We sent thousands of them there. We have about 15,000 troops at the Mexican border, saying that they're firing across the border. They're going to say the dumbest shit. You guys are going to be shocked.
That's in this country. So the American banks are alive and well and prospering in Canada. It's an example of not really being able to see what it is.
Volume warning? All right, I'll have a look. Hold on. Hey, I thought I muted the volume, but sure. I have seen this. I've shown this before.
The spotlight of world history swings to the White House.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
I'm not playing cards.
Right now, you don't
I'm very serious, Mr. President. I'm very serious.
You're gambling
Prime
with the
Minister
lives
at
of
war.
millions of people.
You think
you're gambling with world wars. You're gambling
what are you
with world
talking about?
wars. And what you're doing is very disrespectful.
We're a joke of a country. Good news, though, before we finish that with Canada. I just saw this a bit earlier today. Britain urged to form breakaway Four Eyes alliance without the U.S. after Trump's unprecedented decision to block intelligence sharing to Ukraine. Yeah, by the way, we said that England is not allowed to share intel to Ukraine, is what we said. We're telling England what to do now. But if they're trying to take America out of the Five Eyes, that's based as fuck. Kick us out of NATO, please. But yeah, this is World War III shit. That's what I'm trying to say. Understand, this is World War III shit. This is the global military order falling apart. My military friends must be losing their shit over this Five Eyes stuff. Yeah, I gotta check with a few of them afterward. This is basically making the CIA an enemy. We are the baddies. Yes, we're the Hitler country. We're the Axis powers. The CIA is the enemy. These people are enemies to humanity. Donald Trump and MAGA are anti-human, enemies to humanity. Denying other countries the ability to share intelligence is unbelievably evil. It's also unbelievably the fucking audacity.
He wants, because even the excuse that he's giving for these Paris tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false.
Yeah, we're claiming that that the Mexican cartels are smuggling fentanyl into the U.S. through the northern border now.
So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy.
Also
because
true.
that'll make it easier to annex us.
True.
Is the second half of his thought. Now, first of all, that's never going to happen. We will never be the 51st state.
According to New York Times, Trump told Trudeau that he did not believe that the treaty that demarcates the border between the two countries was valid and he wanted to revise the boundary, offered no further explanation. Mr. Trump also mentioned revisiting the sharing of lakes and rivers between the two nations, which is regulated by a number of treaties, a topic he's expressed interest about in the past. Afterwards, according to Canadian Toronto Star newspaper, Trudeau was overheard saying on a hot mic, Trump came armed with a list of trade and other irritants and pointed to a 1908 treaty between the U.S. and Great Britain that established the 49th parallel as the boundary between the U.S. and then the Dominion of Canada, suggesting it should be erased. U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick told Canadian Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc that Trump had come to realize that the relationship between the U.S. and Canada was governed by a slew of agreements and treaties that were easy to abandon. Specifically, 3 issues had been raised. He wanted to eject Canada out of intelligence sharing group known as the Five Eyes. Funny that we're the ones getting ejected from the Five Eyes. He wanted to tear up the Great Lakes Agreement and Convention between two nations and lay out how they share and manage Lake Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario. Share because, you know, they'd be a state. He also reviewed military cooperation between the two countries, particularly in NORAD. In subsequent communications between senior Canadian officials and Trump advisors, the list of topics has come up and again and again. Okay, so, you know, this is what we want. We're the fucking Hitler country. Hold up, the Dems brought a bill to stop the fent and Donald Trump ordered the Republicans to block it. Was that the border bill from before? Because I'm glad that didn't pass. So Canada gets the world's best banker to stick it to the US. Well, I mean, like, it's not about sticking it to the US. It's about getting Canadians riled up. We want to get the Canadians to a state of mind similar to that of Maoist guerrilla fighters, so that they can swoop down into the US and reclaim their lost land. Wait, he really tried to make it so our government wasn't... We literally said we want to kick them out of the Five Eyes. And instead, we're getting kicked out of the Five Eyes. So yeah, it is kind of social, political suicide. But it doesn't matter because we're trying to create a system in which we have no allies. We're isolating ourselves. Based militant Maoist Canadians, yeah. Oh, by the way, like, this has also been confirmed by Peter Navarro, ruling the roost, apparently. Like, they're fully in favor of this, redrawing the U.S.-Canadian border. Yeah, denied reports that Canada wants Canada to be booted from the Five Eyes, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? These people are lying. They're lying to you. I just got a map of America. I'm curious.
Japan, but we have an interesting deal with Japan that we have to protect them, but they don't have to protect us. You know that? That's the way the deal reads. We
That's a
have
cool
to
map.
protect Japan. And by the way, they make a fortune with us economically. There's another case. But we have to protect Japan, but under no circumstances do they have to protect us.
Oh, now we're complaining about protecting Japan and them not having to protect us. Motherfucker, we use Japan to protect us. We have military bases on Japanese soil, so we can protect not only them, but us. Is redrawing the border the stupidest thing Trump has done, or is it just up there? It's just up there. And again, this isn't stupid. Guys, the redrawing the border with Canada shit, it's not stupid. It's a strategic military move. This is war. Annexing another country is a war move, right? This is a strategy of war. The fact that the majority of the Five Eyes is just ex-British colonies in the USA is the one with the most tense relationship. Yeah, no wonder it backfired. We didn't force them not to have a military. Didn't we, rather? Yes, we did. And now they're rearming, so... He doesn't understand that less nuclear weapons makes the world safer. The US can't be trusted now. The world is less safe. I mean, you're right. The world is less safe.
I actually ask, who makes these deals? But
this whole why should we protect them argument is so fucking dumb. We designed it this way so we would never need help like this. Exactly. Exact clam jammer. That's why we don't have to have them protect us. Because if we went about it in the regular way, the normal way, we designed it so we never need protection from anybody. Nobody can get to us to attack us for them to need to be able to protect us. Japan is part of the border, locking China in place so they can't come to us. Trump does not like the concept of friends at all. At all.
Make a fortune with us economically. There's another case. But we have to protect Japan, but under no circumstances do they have to protect us. I actually ask, who makes these deals? Japan, but we have...
Look, NATO is not going to come in and do Article 5 for Canada. And yes, he is Putin's puppet. If I was a Kremlin asset and I became the president of the United States, I would not have done anything differently. We literally designed the system so that we are the global hegemony. And we're destroying, we have destroyed that now. We are no longer the global hegemony. The guy who just became the Prime Minister of Canada is talking about creating a currency that isn't the US dollar to rely on for world trade. The last time somebody tried to do that, we invaded Saddam Hussein. Like, the last guy was Saddam, who tried to get away from the US centralized currency. I would have invited Lukashenko for a chat. Oh, don't worry, there's still time for that one. It's not about friends or not, it's who has more money. It's not even about that. This is the Russian plot of isolate ourselves as much as possible.
And you know, the biggest problem I have with NATO, I really, you know, I mean, I know the guys very well. They're friends of mine. But if the United States was in trouble and we called them, we said, we got a problem. France, we got a problem.
Says the only nation ever to have declared Article 5.
Do you think?
I don't know if NATO would help us after being the only country that has ever declared Article 5.
Think they're going to come and protect us? They're supposed to. I'm not so sure. You know, with Japan, we have a deal, which is a very...
You're right, by the way, Roxfist. One thing explains everything he's done. How does this benefit Russia? If you ask, how does this benefit America, you're going to have to do some mental gymnastics. How long do you figure until the US dollar is taken out of the world reserve currency status? This year, Clamjammer. It'll happen within 6 months, I would bet. Gaddafi and Saddam proposed an African central currency and they got offed instantly. Yeah, Canada's doing it. The Prime Minister of Canada just did that openly. That's how bad, like, that's how far we've fallen. By the way, if Donald Trump doesn't know if he can trust NATO to help us in a time of need, here's the time where NATO helped us in a time of need.
When NATO's Article 5 was invoked for the first time in history after 9/11, Ukraine, a non-NATO ally, deployed forces to Afghanistan. Not because they had to.
A lot of them pre-breakfast banana because Russian, like, governance style fits with their belief system. Because the Republicans are all fascists. And so are the Russians. So they are totally okay with fascism because they want fascism in America. The Republicans going along with this aren't necessarily assets. I mean, sorry, they're not agents, but they are assets.
But in solidarity with the United States, Ukrainian troops have also fought alongside American and British soldiers in Iraq as part of...
I was in kindergarten when 9/11 happened, and they pulled me out of school because I lived in New Jersey, like right across from New York City. And then I went home, and I could see the smoke from my balcony because, again, like right across from New Jersey. I was only like 5, though, so I don't really remember too much detail. I do remember seeing it on TV. I was watching the news reports. America literally will never recover from the devastation that Trump has wrought. I agree.
...of a coalition of the willing. In 2021, a year before Russia's full-scale invasion...
Oh yeah, Ukraine even helped us after 9/11. Here is the brigade that went into Afghanistan for us. Ukraine helped us quite a bit after 9/11 too. They weren't even NATO, but they took that Article 5 declaration pretty fucking seriously. They were going to help anyway. Curious, what do you think America should have done to retaliate from 9/11, if at all? I don't think that the Iraq war should have happened. I can see the Afghanistan war happening still, but like I wouldn't have ever, like that wouldn't have been my choice. War isn't how you go about it. In fact, to be fair, retaliation for 9/11, if I was in charge, I wouldn't have done, because the retaliation would only have created more of this. The reason 9/11 happened is because of our actions anyway. It was blowback for things we did before. So if we do things in response, then it's just going to create more of a cycle, which is what happened. So But like at the time, like, I mean, if I wasn't 5 with my current brain, if I was Bush that day, I surely would not have invaded Iraq at the very least. Everyone helped the US then, now we're a pariah. Yep. Read the shock doctrine if you want to know what happened during the Iraq War more seriously. It was pretty fucking disgusting the way we raped that country. My personal conspiracy theory is that the Heritage Foundation has been a KGB-run manipulated organization since the 70s. They're not run or manipulated by the KGB, but they're definitely connected to the KGB and often work with them. It's not that they're bought, but the Heritage Foundation likes the KGB. That's why I'm sort of shrugging at Ukraine helped after 9/11 then. But the thing is, like, that's not the point. The point is that Donald Trump just said he wouldn't, like, he couldn't think of a reason why NATO would help us if we needed help. And so I'm showing what happened after 9/11 is we declared Article 5 the first time in history, and everyone came and helped, including countries not in NATO.
Ukraine sent its special forces to Afghanistan to rescue Afghan translators working for Canadian media and the Canadian military. Ukraine has been there for the West when it mattered. We hope the West will continue to be.
It's true. The lie they told us about Iraq is that they had nuclear weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, and they turned out to be milk trucks. But while we were doing, like, again, read the shock doctrine. We did a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff in Iraq. Not even just counting Abu Ghraib before that. There's a quote from this book that talks about how the privatization worked. And Naomi Klein is explaining in this book how the levels of corruption in contracted privatization in Iraq, there was a House committee hearing that she saw of somebody who was responsible for some of this stuff, saying that there was an instance where a private company was contracted to install an air conditioner in a building in Iraq. And that private company contracted another private company, which contracted another private company, which contracted another private company to put a fan in a room. And we were paying out the ass for every single one of these companies. It was a method of privatizing like warfare, but we also stole a lot of Iraq's wealth. I feel like the US could have just pulled an Obama during that time and just used drones, no need for an entire invasion. We weren't all, like, drones weren't that prominent back then. Not in the same way. Drones became more prominent towards the end of the war. Bush came out after all the facts and said God told him to go into the Middle East. I remember that. We bombed the fucking IKEA inspectors trying to find the WMD. It was beyond nuts. Yeah, go learn about some of the shit that happened during the Iraq War. Now, this is Panama. Guess who owns Panama now?
BlackRock just bought the Panama Canal. Did you know that? Did you hear about the largest private equity?
Oh yeah, I got the spirit. Look, guys, I think I might actually be just a tad bit dyslexic. I do this way too often.
Company in the entire world buying the most important shipping lane in the Western Hemisphere? BlackRock, the $1 trillion private equity company, the one with $11.5 trillion in assets, the ones who control so much of the world around us. When you dial down on all of these financial reports, they now own both ends of the Panama Canal. They bought the Atlantic port and they bought the Pacific port. So that way they can get us at both ends. Yeah. BlackRock. I know a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump because they thought that he would stand up against BlackRock, but he's the one who not only made the conditions for this to happen, he's the one who facilitated the deal, and then he was...
Companies like BlackRock should be illegal, by the way. They should be broken apart, because, again, owns 10% of, like, stock and everything. There's 3 companies that do this. They do index funds where they own bits of the entire market, and they can never lose. If Donald wasn't a thing, this BlackRock story would be the biggest thing. Yeah, literally. This would be the shit that gets Republicans up in arms out onto the streets. The Iran-Iraq War between 1980 and 1989, Soviet-Afghan War. Like, all of that stuff that we did in those wars, supporting, like, the Mujahideen, is what led to 9/11 happening. Salvador Allende, long live the people, long live the workers, rest in power, comrade.
He was so proud about it, he actually congratulated himself about it in the speech last night. Donald Trump said he was going to invade Panama to take control of it back for America. Then he then threatened Panama and the owners of those ports so much that then BlackRock just stepped in and, as good guys, offered $23 billion to buy all these ports. And then Donald Trump signed off and said, that's a great idea. And then last night he said, America now controls.
No, it's just a corp, Eldon Lorehoarder. BlackRock, Vanguard, and there's another one, the third one I can't remember, are just like an org who own everything. They buy stocks in every company. It's a venture capitalist. Yeah, hold on. Let me find a quick little video that explains this. Trump was always a distraction for the corporate takeover. That's true. That's literally true. That was the whole point. Okay, here's how index funds work.
Could theoretically happen, but again,
Never mind. That's how they influence long-term company performance. Fuck that shit.
Hi guys, this is Sarah from The Savvy Professor.
Which group is a better investment? Neither, by the way. These are both evil, but at least this might explain it. Oh, there you go. You got me a good one, Jimmy Normandy.
This is the Serco Group. They run all 7 immigration detention centres in Australia, but they do lots more. In fact, they're probably the biggest company you've never heard of.
They almost certainly also work in index funds and probably are just an offshoot of BlackRock or Vanguard, because that's the other thing. You don't know how many companies are actually owned by BlackRock or Vanguard. Big companies.
Governments all around the world outsource to Serco. They run half of London's traffic lights, all of Dublin's, and in Ontario, Canada, they test you for your driver's licence. Serco are also the largest air traffic controllers in the world. They've got 54 towers in the US, and they control Baghdad's air traffic.
Yes, Astolf, you missed quite a bit of interesting stuff today. Being trans is now a felony. We are apparently getting kicked out of the Five Eyes. People are protesting in the streets. It's been an interesting day. Oh, by the way, Canadians are fucking pissed. We're not, like, I want this anger to continue. I googled Serco BlackRock and it says BlackRock adjusts stake at the Serco Group PLC. Told you. I told you. It's always the same people. To be fair, and I may be totally misunderstanding this, but the Panama Canal is very easily made irrelevant by traders simply flying goods over it rather than sailing through it. That is not true. Because you can't fill a plane anywhere near as much as you can fill a tanker ship, but also the Panama Canal would be useful in military use. Like, we want to invade South America, so we kind of need it. What? Which states? I knew it was coming soon, but how soon? Well, in Texas. It's a felony in Texas to be trans. Have you seen Pierre Polivar polling numbers have been tanking since Trump took office? I have. In fact, I covered today that we might actually have some good news for Australia because of how strongly the Labour Party won in Western Australia's election the other day. Planes need more fuel, less of a load, that'll dig into the traders' pockets. They use trains to transfer things in lieu of the canal. Yes, but like trains won't work for transferring things to Europe, you know? There are methods that like we could use that makes us not need the canal, but it's a bit more complicated than that. Yeah, it's fair. We can talk about it on Discord. Let's not forget with all this stuff, Bibi wants to build a new canal straight through Gaza to rival the Suez. I did forget about that. Oh, by the way, people are pissed in Canada still.
On the icy streets of Canada's largest city, a new attitude toward the U.S.
You don't stab the back of your friend. I think it's disgraceful. We're very pro-Canadian. We don't want to be the 51st state.
Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs.
In the Oval Office this afternoon,
Wait,
President...
Hold on, I don't care about this. I need you guys to see some of the dumbest shit in the world. Okay, here we go. Here's some of the dumbest shit y'all are about to hear.
Core fairness issues. Let's just be fair. Whatever you do to us, we'll do to you. That's what he's asking for in April, and it's not a radical idea at all.
But let me ask, because I am confused now about what you're saying about this being a drug war, not a trade war. Let's just
This is a drug war with Canada now.
Canada. Mm-hmm. I mean, you said Canada's shipping fentanyl into the United States. I mean, I don't think that's happening. Sure. I mean, 1% of fentanyl is being smuggled across the border. 1%. I mean, Canada's not a major source at all of fentanyl in the United States, are they?
Well, yes, they are a major source, and I could.
Within all of last year, 47 pounds of fentanyl made its way through the northern border, which is nothing in comparison.
Tell you that in the Situation Room, I've seen photographs of fentanyl labs in Canada that the law enforcement folks were leaving alone. Canada's got a big drug problem, even in their own cities. Go walk around, Toronto and see what it's like, and you'll see that.
Federal elections in Canada use hand-counted paper ballots.
It is a big problem, and frankly, we have intelligence that Mexican cartels operate in Canada as well.
Yeah, 500% more goes from us to them. And again, if we gave a shit about stopping fentanyl, we might stop selling 78 or 70-something% of the cartel's guns to them. Are we doing the warlord thing again with Canada? Such lazy brainwashing. I keep saying this. Our government at this point in time is much closer to that of like an Afghani warlord than it is to like a fascist government in general. We're just like, our government's the Taliban. Genuinely.
So if you want to get the cartels out of the U.S., you got to get them out of Canada and Mexico.
Okay, but
can I ask, did the cartels swim around America to set up shop in Mexico? Like, what the fuck? Are you people insane?
But I don't want to contribute to that. What I want to say to every world leader who gets up in arms when all we're asking for is fairness and to have them stop killing our people is, please listen to us. Canada could do a lot more. Canada has been taken over, Brett, by Mexican cartels. They bring up...
One more time. I'm sorry.
Is please listen to us. Canada could do a lot more. Canada has been taken over, Brett, by Mexican cartels. They bring up these pill presses.
Canada has been taken over by Mexican cartels. My eyes are tearing. Holy shit. Like, what the cartels got Canada now. It's a war zone. Trust me, bro. I would not lie to you. Like,
and printers and the medicines that they fake.
I knew what they were gonna say, but it's still funnier than I could have imagined.
You can't tell the difference.
Yeah, it's major
Pharma
problem.
companies can. You need a spectrographer to do their sabers, but I don't want to contribute to.
And they say the right can't do comedy. Oh, it's Fox News. That makes sense. Yeah, but like, really, Canada listed several cartel as terrorist organizations. There is literally no proof that the country is being taken over by cartels. Community note. Thank you for that. I don't understand what I just heard. That's because it's not real. It's laughable. Canada has been taken over by Mexican drug cartels. The people that believe this genuinely have, like, nothing in their brain. It's just nothing. The echo chamber is their skull, and what you whisper into it just echoes in the chamber. I'm sorry, I can't. I want to hear it one more time. It's too much.
And to have them stop killing our people is, please listen to us. Canada could do a lot more. Canada has been taken over, Brett, by Mexican cartels. They
believe whatever these people tell them. They do. They believe whatever these people tell them. Oh, here's that 250% tariff threat that Trump makes while still having not done the tariffs that we already announced.
After pausing 25% tariffs on goods on Canada and Mexico for a month, President Trump now threatening Canada with a tariff of up to 250% on dairy and lumber.
Shut the fuck up. You haven't even passed the last round of tariffs because you're too much of a pussy. Pass those tariffs and then we can talk about the 250%. We have tariffs at home. You don't need new tariffs. Have the tariffs at home first.
Exacerbating his trade war.
Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products.
Trump saying he's imposing tariffs to create manufacturing jobs in the U.S.
We're going to bring back our business into this country.
Yeah, I'm more shocked that we're not just legalizing the drug cartels. Didn't Donald Trump free the guy who created the Silk Road from prison?
We need it from a job standpoint.
Economists warning tariffs on lumber.
The ginger ale too, so now they're going after the biddies. They're going after the burritos. They're going after the bussy and the ginger ale. I can't stand this shit. These people are fucking evil.
will impact home builders and construction firms in the U.S., passing the cost to consumers and increasing the cost of home prices.
On home builders,
That's not shocking at all.
On prospective home buyers.
Oh, by the way, if you get a home that's new, make sure that the wood that is made is not, I don't know, like a year old. Contrary to what the idiots in that debate that I did believe, a plank made from a tree that's only grown for 1 year is not better than planks from a tree that is, I don't know, older than a year. It's fucking ridiculous. Can't sell cars, can't sell groceries, might as well start selling drugs. I'm surprised we haven't gone down that route yet. My head is still breaking trying to understand a drug grunt like flying over the USA to set up a heroin farm in snowy Alberta or some shit that wouldn't even grow. Poppy doesn't grow in cold. Trump and his MAGA buddies are most certainly not restrained by restrictions of truth-telling. Certainly not. I'm telling you, the world broke the moment that Trump first uttered the words fake news in 2016. That's when we left the timeline we were on and entered the stupidest, worst, and funniest timeline to exist.
Good for anybody.
The new jobs report showing 151,000 new jobs added to the workforce last month, slightly below expectations. The stock market in the green at the end of the day, but still following.
Yeah, most of the MAGA in circle are the ones doing his drugs, including like the cokehead Trump Jr. and our ketamine jester, as the German. That was the French that called him that. Good point, Astolf. Bad government hurts. When it hurts too much, we'll vote for a better government. You think we're going to get a free and fair vote anytime soon, pre-breakfast banana?
Volatile day of trading after the Dow dropped more than 400 points.
Following the Dow dropping 600 points the day prior.
Overall, the S&P 500 having its worst week since September because of uncertainty with tariffs.
Long leg Homo sapien, they're going to do it. They're going to say that the Mexican drug cartels are working with Ukrainian terrorists or some shit. I can see that happening so much, so easily. Yeah, electoralism isn't going to save us now. I told you what's going to save us.
The turbulence, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell saying the economy is in a good place.
The path to sustainably returning inflation to our target has been bumpy, and we expect that to continue.
Jacqueline Lee, ABC News.
This is the only way. I can't show it on stream, unfortunately. Brexit used Cambridge Analytica, which Trump used for his election, which most notably in South Florida, where people were getting tailored campaign slogans before. Like, yeah, we all know this. It was always the point.
As President Trump walks back tariffs on most products from Mexico and Canada again, Canada says retaliatory tariffs will stay in place until that pause is permanent. CNN's John King went to visit
Jesus Christ, $30 for 10 chicken tenders. It's going to get worse too, Captain Buggy. I would stop eating chicken too if I was you.
Northern neighbors as part of his All Over the Map series to hear what the Canadians think about the president.
I still can't believe I'm the only person on Twitch saying that there's no more government, there's no judicial solution, that voting's not going to save us. Like, can people not see what's happening? Do people really think that we're going to get to go and put a little piece of paper in a ballot box and suddenly fix everything in 4 years? Are you fucking insane? Within 2 years, we're going to have half of America saying that I, extend my heart to you.
And his tariffs.
Also, thank you for the bits, Kadiris.
This is American Steel.
It's not giving up. It's giving up on electoralism. Giving up would be not trying. I don't want to give up. I just don't think voting's going to save us. Because that's not how fascism works. The liberals believe in checks and balances. They still think it'll work. They still follow the courts like the courts mean anything. How many court orders have come out now that Trump has ignored? How many? At least 3. They don't care. People keep dancing around the issue because they want to keep their deals and shit. I get that. To be fair, like, it does help that I have nothing to stop me from this. I'm either going to get shot by a drone or I'm going to get, popular because you guys actually like listening to me talk. So I'm hoping for the second one. We're getting ready for the worst circumstances. We're still going to vote on the chance it does work, but we can't rely on it. Exactly, Shoofle-Poofer. You should vote if you have the chance to vote. But don't think it's going to fix anything. Democracy has never been this thing that we can just do by checking a box. It never has been, and it never will.
In Western Canada for custom finishes. One belt is to burn a few notches and drill a few holes. Another.
Oh yeah, it reminds me. Please go like the stream on YouTube. Sorry, this one's loud, so fuck that. And I mean, general election-wise, Liberal Party garners support after Trump threats. I want to see this. I want to see how much more popular the Liberals are getting.
Canadian flag sales have boomed following Donald Trump's suggestion that Canada become the 51st U.S. state.
Every flag, pin, decal, patch that we have, with any keychain, anything with a Canada flag on it has been flying off the shelf.
Trump has also upended domestic politics. Just a few weeks ago, Justin Trudeau resigned as leader of the Liberal Party, finally acknowledging his deep unpopularity. But now Canadians are cheering him on as he confronts Donald Trump on the issue of tariffs.
Even though
holy shit, guys, got 70-something viewers, got more than well back up above 600 again. Thank you, guys. If only the main Dems were as aggressive with MAGA as they were towards Bernie, 100%. Flag sales up, Tesla sales down. That's exactly what I want to know. That's what I want to hear. I like that Canada is targeting red states as well. That's really good. Stuff like taking the liquor, American liquor off the shelves hits red states big, as well as like the owner of Jack Daniels has said this is worse than the tariffs. Thank you for the bits, SN. I really appreciate that.
you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Oh my God, yeah.
Similarly, his Liberal Party has
Sport.
rebounded in the
Y'all are
polls.
based.
It had been on track for a
Also,
huge
Newfo, come join the Discord.
defeat of the next general election after 9 years in office. Now the main issue is which party is best placed to confront the US president.
Before the Trump threats and the Trump trolling of Canada
Holy
and
shit,
Trudeau began,
guys.
51st state and Governor Trudeau and so forth, it was about bread and butter issues. Inflation, the housing crisis, carbon taxes, and the Tories were well
I'm about
placed.
to level up. It says sub-cheer gift to level up the hype train. Holy shit, there we are. Hype train it is. Thank you, SN, for finishing it off. God, you guys are the best. See, this is the difference that I find myself with other streamers that I talk to. So many other streamers dislike their chat. And I don't understand that. I love my chat. Like, coming here and talking to you guys is kind of like half the fun. Whereas I often hear streamers complain about their chats, and that just doesn't vibe with me. I don't understand it. Jack Daniels fucking sucks. It's not even proper whiskey. I don't drink, so I wouldn't know, Captain Buggy. But, you know. Like, it's not every other streamer, by the way, but it's a lot of them.
Place there. Their messaging was focused on those bread and butter issues, but that's been totally upended now.
Opposition Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre had been actively modeling himself after Donald Trump. That no longer seems to be a winning strategy.
Everything is broken.
Down goes Poilievre.
Everything is broken.
Both frontrunners for the Liberal Party leadership advocate fighting the Trump tariffs with dollar-for-dollar tariff retaliation. However, there has been a difference in approach between Mark Carney and Chrystia Freeland. Freeland is talking tough, using the same sort of rhetoric that Trudeau has been using, rhetoric that the White House...
No! It was the worst pick. The bad one got in.
...says it doesn't appreciate.
Welcome to the 51st
I think it
state.
is important for us to recognize just how dumb this tariff war is from the point
the
of
dumbest tariff war in history.
View of the United States. This is a self-mutilating action.
Carney has been more measured in keeping with his image as a dispassionate technocrat.
It's always the liberals. I thought this guy might have been all right. We read his Wikipedia, but if the other one, like if she was the opposite choice, the alternative, are you fucking kidding me?
I've been in many negotiations. When you have cards in negotiations, you don't offer them up.
The forthcoming general election had been seen as a referendum.
Thank you for the sub, Shards Fork. You guys are awesome. Back as the only good thing that Trump has done is unite the world like never before in its condemnation of the USA. I'm hoping that stays consistent. We're not like, don't get comfortable just yet, but it's looking like we are continuing to head in this direction, and we need it to. Really cool to see the viewership grow so much in the last few months. Yeah, I've only been doing this since August last year, so like, it's only been just barely a year. I started on YouTube in April of last year, made a couple like streams that had 1-2 viewers. So within a year, I've come to this point. That's massive for me, and I couldn't have done it without any of you. Cards, technocrat. Oh no, that's not working out for the USA. Hope it's different for Canada. Yeah, look, this isn't looking good now. If Christina, whatever her name was the alternative choice, then Canada picked the bad choice. We need to get smacked for our fucking hubris over the decades. It needs to hurt when you touch the fire. That's how you learn to stop touching the fire.
Justin Trudeau and the Liberals had feared the worst. But now, as damaging as the trade war is for the Canadian economy,
and thank
it
you,
has
Clam
resuscitated the Liberal Party.
Also, you don't need to ask. Like, you can call me any pronoun. I don't care. Call me neo-pronouns. Call me he. Call me it. Who gives a shit? They're words.
Fancy Al Jazeera,
I mean,
Ottawa.
if you're trans, I know you give a shit, but, like, I'm saying I don't give a shit what you call me. But, thanks. I love you guys, too. All right. So, what would be the outcome of invading Canada? Yeah, gender abolitionism is based. Invading Canada would spark a fight lasting decades, expert says. This is going to be our Vietnam if we do this. This is why I said I want every Canadian to turn into a Maoist guerrilla fighter. I want this to be our Vietnam. I found that we have forgotten more stupid things that Trump did than any other president has ever done. We need better documentation to keep all this on track so we can be like, holy shit, he really did that. Good point. Also, guys, anyone who, like, your autism likes gathering data, we could really use a compiled list of every horrible thing that all of the people in the administration do, so that after we overthrow them, we have evidence to give to the International Criminal Court when we have the second Nuremberg trials. So, maybe, like, start writing some shit down. I mean, I have my, like, living resource document is attached to the description of every YouTube video. You can go check it out. It's also on my Discord in the resources section. But, like, you probably should give it a go of, I don't know, trying to keep track of all of these crimes so we can try them in The Hague. So, a military move by President Donald Trump could eventually destroy America's worldwide power, says Dr. Aisha Ahmad. Too late, we're kind of already there. An associate professor, University of Toronto, Dr. Ahmad has studied insurgencies and visited many conflict zones for more than 20 years. She sees a pattern of resistance that repeats itself every time. When a country gets invaded, a growing portion of the population fights back. Why would Canadians do that? Or sorry, would Canadians do that? You bet we would, Ahmad says. Canadian niceness is a myth that would vanish overnight in the face of an invasion. Canadians haven't been forced to see Americans as an enemy for nearly 200 years. Many won't want to consider it now, but we're learning to trick Trump at his own word. Now he wants to tear up the 1908 treaty that fixed our border. Like, they're fucking ready. What happens if fighting begins? Looking at the sheer size of the American military, we would think that they would enjoy an easy victory. Guess what? We all thought the same about Russia, didn't we, during the Ukraine war? The analysis is dead wrong because the result would not be determined by a fight between conventional armies. Rather, a military invasion of Canada could trigger a decades-long violent resistance, which ultimately destroys the United States. Trump is delusional if he believes that 40 million Canadians will passively accept conquest without resistance. That decision would set in motion an unstoppable cycle of violence. Even if we imagine a scenario in which the Canadian government unconditionally surrenders, a fight would ensue in the streets. Even if 1% of all resisting Canadians engaged in armed insurrection, that would constitute a 400,000 person insurgency, nearly 10 times the size of the Taliban, the start of the Afghan war. So, not a good idea, eh? We need government reform to protect us from comic book villain presidency? Yeah, basically. Shit broke the nation's airports overnight. We all just kind of fixed it and move on. True. Shit, you just activated my autism and I fear for my future personal hygiene. You should. It's crazy that we made it this long on the idea that the president wouldn't be this big of a douche. I mean, it's crazy that y'all thought that this would be a normal presidency. I screamed it from the rooftops for months that this was going to happen, and exactly like what I laid out is happening. In fact, I said in either September or October that from what I can see, America, China, Russia, Israel, and India made a deal to cut up the world, to carve it up into their own little territories. America gets North America, Israel gets Greater Israel, India gets half of like the Middle East gets up to wherever Israel ends in Iran, Russia gets Europe, China gets the South China Sea and the Pacific, like in general. I said this well before the election, and that's exactly what's coming to like fruition, by the way. When it comes to push comes to shove, family trees across both sides of the U.S.-Canadian border, no way a military conflict would be tolerated by many of these families. I see a lot of Americans jumping on the Canada side and fighting for Canada. I was going to say, how did you possibly forget about that? But then I remembered the fire hose fuckery since then. So there's a lot of fuckery. It's good to see even a majority of conservative Canadians are very anti-Trump. It does tend to happen when your country's being threatened with invasion and annexation, isn't it? America versus Canada. Well, it's a perfect fact that 60% of USA power comes from Canada. We need them to shut it down, guys. Like, what was his name? It was the, Doug Ford. Shut off the power, man. Doug Ford. Turn it off. America doing new Axis of Evil DLC drop. It literally is what we're doing. But Americans are not the American government. Americans are sorry. Flying back to Canada from Europe, I find myself seated next to a gentleman with an army bag. I always greet soldiers, so I introduce myself and I ask where he's from and what he does. He's with the U.S. Air Force. He doesn't share much, perhaps mindful that it could be misconstrued. I thank him for his service. He asks me my name and where I'm from. Canada, I say proudly. He looks down for a moment, then softly says, I'm sorry. Thank you for that, I reply. We'll handle it just fine. Like, Americans are not the same here. Clamjammer, any Civ player will tell you once a few countries get ICBMs, the rest are going to get annexed. We are literally, that's what I said earlier. You know that we're in a bad place when the government is playing Civ. Hooked, y'all. All right, I gotta pee. Let me just set up a couple of the next stuff I want to show you first. I'll leave you guys with a video so you're not bored. Where? Oh yes, there is that. There's that one. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff. Okay. I will be right back, and then we will continue on. Eurasia, Eastasia, Oceania sounds very Orwellian. Yeah, I feel like maybe some guy wrote a book, and maybe it referred to a lot of the stuff. America gets North, South, and Central America, and Australia, true. China gets Asia and Africa, Russia gets Europe. Like, you're not wrong. By the way, Australia's really, like, in a weird place in that our military just brought out the doctrine for the next year, and it seems that we are staying with the American side, but our politicians are not necessarily loudly pro-America, so who knows. I will bring the cat when I come back with me. I promise. And yeah, honestly, I would rather go with China. Oh, there's the cat. He's sleeping. Hi, buddy. You want to say hi to the camera? Sorry, cat says no, and I believe in autonomy for living creatures. Bodily autonomy for all. I will refund your points. Oh, by the way, I didn't realize that today is Labor Day. So, happy Labor Day, y'all. I mean, it's only Labor Day in Victoria, but still. You should be like Hassan and start a new segment, abruptly say that you gotta go pee, then have chat be mad when you miss the stuff in the video. I should do that. That would be very funny. Although I do hate when that happens. I don't watch Hassan very often, but sometimes there's like a video that has a title that makes me want to click it, and then I open it, and then that happens, and I'm infuriated. Every time. Every time. You guys want to do some more domestic policy? Because I do have a little bit in me to do some foreign policy. We can talk about China. You know what? I'm just deciding. We're going to talk about China a little bit. First, though. First. The U.S. Supreme Court has weakened rules on discharge of raw sewage into water supplies in a 5-4 ruling that undermines the 1972 Clean Water Act. The CWA is the principal law governing pollution control and water quality in the nation's waterways. So in this country, we want our raw sewage dumped into the water supply to be American, no foreign sewage. Yeah, the poop water is coming. Do you get money if I redeem channel rewards? If so, I don't think that I do, but you can redeem them anyway. By the way, if you wanted to donate to me directly and not have YouTube or Twitch take some of the cut, that link is the way to do it. It's also in the video description. This is the drinking wet shit to own the libs, yeah. Remember, we covered this just like last week, that the US water supply has, I think, more than 100 dangerous or possibly harmful shit in it, from metals to radioactive material to, like, your water's already trash. So, like, let's put shit in it even more so. Oh no, I wanted to support the cat's protest against being bothered. Oh yeah, fair enough. He does that sometimes. He's not a very nice cat. Angry boy. Oh, and did you know that Donald Trump fired more veterans than any president in American history?
And I'll tell you who they really hurt. It's a war on veterans. 30% of the civilian workforce is veteran. And a disproportionate share of the probationary, the new employees, are veterans because they career switch from the military into the civilian workforce, and then they are on probation for a year.
Guys, definitely get yourself like a proper water filter installed in your house. Yeah, we have dysentery in Oregon again, yeah. No, that's not even a joke. Make America the Oregon Trail again. We have dysentery in Oregon right now. I mean, not a surprise he called the vets who died on D-Day suckers and losers. True. We need a PSYOP Republican to convince people that libs hate when you eat Tide Pods. I mean, to be fair, I had the debate on, like, sex workers being healthcare as an idea that I was like, maybe we should just come up with an idea that's never going to happen and then argue for it to get the right thinking that's what we're trying to do in, like, a PSYOP attempt. And then it did work because now sex workers are much more prevalently talked about, I guess. I don't know if that worked, but, you know, it did something. So you could just keep talking about it. And Tim Kaine is doing some good work here.
Hence, easy for Trump
to kick out and fire. Not the biggest fan of him, but he's not bad.
So these firings mean that Donald Trump in 6 weeks has fired more veterans than any president in the history of the United States, and he's not done. And can I make it even more pointed? They're going to fire 80,000 people.
And they're calling her Amy Coney Barrett, long leg Homo sapien.
The VA. We just opened a VA clinic, state-of-the-art, $350 million facility in the Fredericksburg area last Friday.
Zero.
But sadly, the building's nice, but they got a skeleton crew because of hiring freezes and firings, and the fact that a whole lot of people who might want to work with veterans look at it and say, gosh, I don't think this is a good place to go to work right now. And so if you're going to punish veterans by firing them, and then you're going to punish the VA, making it harder for veterans to access services, this is a war on veterans, and they can't claim it's accidental.
It's a war on humanity, guys. Barrett, Akami, how the tables turn. They do keep on turning. So, Canada imposed 100% tariffs. China imposed 100% tariffs on select Canadian imports. I don't know why, like, China's tariffing Canada, but, you know, it is what it is. This is World War III shit. So, PSYOP to get the libs to hate private property laws. Oh, wait, that'll never happen. Don't be so sure. If we did it properly, we could. Does China need anything from Canada? I have no idea, actually. Chinese imports from Canada. China imports $44 billion worth of stuff from Canada, or at least did in 2023. So that makes sense. Wow, I didn't realize, like, China imports from Canada that much. Anyway, what's worse than this? China vows to tighten a noose around Taiwan.
Military operations, which China has carried out in the waters south of Taiwan.
Okay,
and
too real for this. Thank you for bringing that up right now. We're gonna see a lot of right-wing fear-mongering about America going to war with China. I do not believe that this is gonna happen. I think that this is a red herring. Because China is an ally of North Korea. North Korea is an ally of Russia. Russia is our ally. So why would we not be allies with North Korea and China? Trump likes Xi and Kim and Putin. Why would we not be? There is no war with China is a red herring. We're going to war with Mexico, Greenland, NATO, Canada. Like, it's not China. China's on our side. They wouldn't be doing this if they didn't think that we would let them.
Then there are the words. China has repeatedly said it intends to regain control of the self-ruled island. The latest statements are a clear warning to those who oppose its plans.
The more rampant Taiwan independent separatists become, the tighter the new...
Yeah, it kind of does mean the Chinese won, as well as the Soviets might have fallen, but the Russians definitely won the Cold War.
...around their necks, and the sharper the sword hanging over their heads will be. We warn the GPP authorities, come back from the precipice before it's too late, otherwise you'll meet a dead end.
Yeah, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan have to get their shit together without the US. We're not a good ally right now. Trump was just complaining about defending Japan, like yesterday. Literally, if we're allied with the other superpowers, we own the world. We do. We do own the world. We're actively targeting all of our allies, but people think we're going to fight China. I don't know where people are getting the idea from other than right-wing podcasts and Fox News. Well, exactly from there. It's fucked up as hell, isn't it, that the two countries with nukes said, let's stop fighting and be evil together? Well, it's not just two countries, because Russia has nukes, China has nukes, North Korea has nukes, and India also has nukes, and Israel also has nukes. So 5 nuclear-armed countries said, let's stop fighting and be evil together.
These words come after the U.S. reportedly unfroze some $870 million worth of security assistance to Taiwan, at a time when Washington cuts down most of its foreign aid.
It's because we want to make sure the chip stuff gets sent over to America before they take Taiwan.
Expanding tensions between China and the U.S. over trade. Taiwan is investing in its defense forces while saying it's confident it can count on its ally.
I believe the U.S. cannot withdraw from the Indo-Pacific region, as it is their core interest.
Simply Steve, get yourself like a fucking Starlink or some shit. Keep checking the news. Make sure that you know when the time is, and then you can come out of your cave.
China announced it will increase again its military budget, this time by 7.2%. Its military spending now at 1.6.
Not necessarily Shufu Poofer, because if you airburst it, then that doesn't like happen. I know Starlink is owned by Elon, but like Simply Steve isn't somebody who's gonna get hunted. They're just somebody who doesn't want to like be part of any of this. And like, it's not like you're gonna be doing Elon that much of a favor by going and hiding in the woods. Like the guy owns the world. There is no. It doesn't matter anymore. You're not going to attack them or hurt them in their wallet. Tesla stock is crashing. He's having a really bad day, but guess what? He's going to be just fine. And we have way more nukes than Europe due to arms reduction treaties that we've ignored for years. True, but it doesn't necessarily matter.
6% of its GDP are about a third of the U.S. military spending.
Airbursts are when you explode the nuclear weapon before it touches the ground. Here, hold on.
An airburst, as the name says, is exploded in the air. If it's defined as an airburst, is that the fireball does not touch the...
I want one with a graphic. Give me one with a graphic. Airbursts will be more damaging, but they don't leave around as much. Like, for example, you can live in Hiroshima today because that was an airburst. If Hiroshima was a ground burst, then you would not be able to live there today. I want a good one with a graphic. On his graphics, is it going to tell me the difference?
Boom. Blinding light washes out.
Okay. No, it's not going to.
Explosion took place a few hundred meters above the city.
Oh, it is. Cool. Awesome.
some of the paint on your car evaporates, and the car door becomes painfully hot to the touch. Tires on vehicles all around you burst as the rubber softens and weakens, while billboards catch on fire. People caught out in the open are consumed in flames as their clothes ignite while they're still wearing them. Some people's hair is literally seared off their heads, leaving behind painful second-degree burns across their scalp. This has just been 1 second into a nuclear detonation. Your car spins out of control as the tires go flat, but you're lucky to come to an abrupt but mostly safe stop. You have barely enough time to look into the rearview mirror before you see what's coming next. Like an invisible tsunami, the pressure wave is now smashing its way across the landscape, starting from the detonation point and radiating outwards.
This
has been a nuclear attack using an intercontinental ballistic missile, so the explosion took place a few hundred meters above the city. This way, the pressure wave could expand outwards unimpeded by terrain and buildings. A ground impact is highly unfavorable, as it leads to buildings or terrain features absorbing much of the pressure wave and limiting the damage dramatically.
Again, so like the air burst does more damage, but less fallout. Because how fallout works is the bomb hits the ground and it fires up into the sky. Dirt, gravel, rocks, and all of that is infused with the radioactive material as it falls down. That's where the fallout comes from. The bigger threat is high altitude nukes because they cause EMP bursts and take out entire electrical grids. Yes, I do know this. That's why we have a treaty that says no nukes in space. But Donald Trump wants to tear up the treaty that says no nukes in space. So
below and up to a mile away from the detonation point, the destruction is complete. Buildings are flattened and tall skyscrapers are annihilated, leaving behind only the very core.
I still don't see anyone using a nuclear weapon in our modern scenario, because using the nuke doesn't help you.
Each building jutting up a few hundred feet like a shattered skeletal figure. Plenty of sewers and service tunnels crisscross a modern city, not to mention transportation tunnels in the sub. All of these are collapsed, killing hundreds stuck below or trapping them with no hope of rescue. Outside of a mile, the damage falls off, but is still severe. Multiple-story buildings are
All right, can we find one with a ground burst?
5 seconds after detonation, as a massive mushroom cloud slowly drifts up into the sky. Then the screaming starts.
No, okay, whatever. I think you guys know the difference. No one can capitalize money if nukes are used. That's the point, you know? Using a nuke is not, it's not suicide, not in the current modern World War III context, but it definitely is a lessening of available profit. If it's not an airburst, yeah, the radiation would be terrifying. It's all about resources now. You don't nuke what you're trying to take for yourself. Exactly. In the Cold War, there were several false alarms on the Russian-American sides. If anyone acted on them, there would have been, if there was a real attack, we would all be dead. We all know this. Like, it's pretty consistent, but it's good to remind people that it's not likely. Oh, y'all want to see something wild? So, Russian war bloggers have been talking about how Ukrainians are encircled in Kursk. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, it's not like they're talking about right now on TV on how Ukrainians are doomed. They're surrounded in Kursk. That they're, you know, it's only a matter of time before it falls. You want to know what happened yesterday? The largest disaster of special forces since 2011 happened, in which 100 Russian troops tried to infiltrate a city by crawling through a gas pipeline, in fact. And that gas pipeline was where they died. According to Ukrainian sources, 100 Russian soldiers were involved in an attempt in which 80% were destroyed. As far as I'm aware, all of them are dead. These were special forces, by the way, not just regular soldiers. That's pretty fucking bad for them. They tried to sneak in using pipes, and it did not work for them. Where's Zome when you need him? Hold on, I got some actual other things about this. Sorry, I got too many. Hold on. Here we go. At least 100 Russian special forces were killed in a 1.4 diameter gas pipeline on the outskirts of Sudza, Kursk Oblast. They attempted to flank Ukrainian defenders. This is the biggest special forces catastrophe since August 6, 2011, when the U.S. lost 15 Navy SEALs in a helicopter crash. It's pretty bad. Have I seen the text from Texas? I have. I've covered it. The text, or do you mean like the bill from Texas that they're trying to pass that makes like trans people illegal? That's some Elmer J. Fudge shit. I mean, they definitely were special. They did it once and it worked okay for them. Just this time, nope. They've been trying to do this tactic a bit, from what I hear. They couldn't think of a better way to sneak in that doesn't involve cramping themselves into a dangerous gas pipeline. Clearly not. I mean, they were in it. Guess when the special forces are all 19-year-old conscripts? True. Thank you for the follow, Morpheus. I missed it. What exactly killed them? Ukraine did. Ukraine killed them. They were trying to flank them from behind, and it didn't work out very well for them. Speaking of Ukraine, I'm gonna tell you guys an important life skill. When you see the drone coming towards you, don't boop the nose. That doesn't tend to end well. You know, it's not a shark. You can't just whoop, move it to the side. Fuck around and find out. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And these people are definitely stupid. Yeah, don't boop the drone. Come on. You should know better. Hand Slicer 3000. True. Oh, I missed this before. We were covering this video, and I guess I wasn't listening because I didn't hear the. But yes, the drone blew up. Absolutely.
Just be fair.
The Ukrainian drones have a sensor in the front, so that's when they blow up. When the front of the drone hits something, if you boop the back, it's fine. If it doesn't work, just run away. The drone looks so boopable. I will give you that one.
Whatever you do to us, we'll do to you. That's what he's asking for in April, and it's not a radical idea at all.
But let me ask, because I am confused.
He booped the drone and the drone booped back. Thank you. Zoe. The drone booped back. While we're talking about Ukraine, it reminded me. They're stealing ideas from the Ukraine war here. Look.
Yeah, but what you're saying about this being a drug war, not a trade war. So let's just take Canada. Mm-hmm. I mean, you said Canada's shipping fentanyl into the United States. I mean, I don't think that's happening. Sure. I mean, 1% of fentanyl is being smuggled across the border. 1%. I mean, Canada's not a major source at all of fentanyl in the United States, are they?
Well, yes, they are a major source. And I can tell you that in the Situation Room, I've seen photographs of fentanyl labs in Canada.
Yep, there's fentanyl labs in Canada, just like how there was bioweapon labs in Ukraine. You see how all of it fits together for these people? I'm still not over the fact that they're claiming that Canada has been overrun by fucking Mexican drug cartels. Oh, and let's do one more segment on China, in which they're perfecting the way that the companies are going to take your jobs. And the WMD in Iraq, exactly, SN.
Robots building robots, a scene from a dystopian future
Say goodbye
where
to your
humans
jobs.
have been removed from the equation. This isn't.
It's the terrible eyeliner administration. Have you not seen JD Vance? I'm just me, and don't forget the yellow cake. Don't forget the yellow cake.
Science fiction. The stars of the show at this year's Spring Festival Gala, watched by 700 million people across China, was a group of dancing robots.
I hate this so much. Stop having the robots do the art. Make them do the labor so we can do the art. Or just don't have them at all. I'm getting more and more Butlerian jihad pilled.
It was a statement of intent from a country that now leads the world in automaton technology. At the headquarters of EX Robot, technical director Wang Feng shows off the capabilities of his creations. Hand movements capable of feeling and expressing 26 levels of sensitivity, all using components from China.
In terms of a technological advancement,
Okay, this is fucked up too. Fentanyl is a pain reliever that is illegal in medical uses. My brother had it on pump and he was dying. Of course, there's going to be imports of fentanyl. Literally, yes. If you get surgery and they give you general anesthesia, it likely has fentanyl in it. I had to get surgery like a couple years ago, and they put me under, and the general anesthesia had fentanyl in it. I hope we make robots have empathy before we destroy ourselves. I suppose at that point, if we're all gonna die, I might as well have something that lives on, but might give robots empathy instead of humans. Free the humans from labor? Nah, make the robots dance. Exactly. I'd rather humans dance and the robots do the labor, personally.
We're not as good as the United States. There's no need to deny this. But from the perspective of a complete industrial chain, there's no country in the world that can compare with China.
China already uses more industrial robots than anywhere else. But rapid advances in AI could see humanoid robots operating in the medical field within the next 5 years. Skills that enhance
humanoid robots in the medical field within 5 years. I don't know if I like the sound of that. Like 5 years does not sound long enough. I don't want them to look human. I want them to do the dishes. I'm just saying. Like, yeah, I'm okay with robots that do the dishes. I don't want them to take your jobs. And if they're gonna do your job, I want you to get paid for it anyway as a redundancy. I want you, if the robot's gonna replace your job at a factory, fine. But I want you to still get paid to work in the factory exactly the same way and be the redundancy in case the robot breaks. China is not #1, but I do not want to lose my human doctors. To be fair, the human doctors are generally pretty shit these days too. But that's not the doctor's fault. That's society's fault. To quote Miyazaki, this is insult to life itself. It is! This is an insult to life itself! PhD level AI agents are coming. They're gonna have AI cops soon. If we're making AI doctors, we're gonna have AI cops in like a week. Are you fucking kidding me? Humans are too woke. We gotta move to the robots, yeah.
Exceed human capabilities.
This does feel a little bit like a Hollywood movie, but technology like this has very real-world applications and could be used on a building site
Please
or
no
even
RoboCop?
in a medical clinic.
The mechanics are still not quite there. Motors too bulky and inefficient, resulting in slightly jerky and imprecise movements. But if the motors are the body, then the brain is AI, and easily accessible technologies like DeepSeek will transform the industry.
At this stage in the piece,
Can we just do socialism, y'all? Like, I'm real sick of fucking around. Let's just do socialism.
might be looking for more knowledgeable or expert opinion.
Not that. Never
but
that.
in this case, why not go straight to the source? Are humans going to be overtaken by robots?
Robots will not completely replace human jobs in the short term.
Remember we watched Larry Ellison talking about how they want to include AI in all of the cameras and how all of the cameras will also have AI in them that will call the police if they see a crime, and the AI will tell the police where to go and what to do, and the AI will also be their overseer as well as your overseer. Remember that? Because that's happening.
Humans still have advantages in creative work, emotional relationships, and some complex decision-making.
In the short term, says the AI, it sounds rather ominous.
The robot dogs with the flamethrowers need to go in the hole. They just want to fuck the robots. A lot of them do. Barbarism is out of date. It's socialism or certain doom at this point. Yeah, we passed barbarism like 3 exits ago. Sorry, I think my point was I don't want them to take jobs or do art or other human things. We just want this tech to help us, not replace us. I'd rather it not exist. I believe that machines make people lazy. I believe that having access to ChatGPT to search for something without having to do the extra thinking work into it makes you lazier. Now, like, not everybody and not immediately, but over time. Ellison is one of the original techno dicks. Yeah, he's the guy who owns Oracle. Robo-Bussy, only if you pay for it and if you can afford this thing. It's gonna look like a $3,000 minimum. I don't know. That sounds cheap too.
But fear not. If you're worried about an advanced robotic Terminator taking over, the engineers
Did
here
they really make an Arnold Schwarzenegger face?
say it'll never happen.
The troll level
Tony
is
Cheng, Al
high.
Jazeera, Dalian, northeastern China.
In the distant future, we may be part human, part machine. If your coworkers have brain implants to be competitive, then you have to get one to do your job. Oh, look, we're doing cyberpunk. It's like the ads. Got a new job? Fix that meat that you have so you can keep up with your coworkers. What's that cyberpunk ad? Hold on. I mean, yeah, you know what? We're going to this level of advertising. I can't show that one on stream. God damn it. Yeah, it's going to be this. Do you hate your meat? Did you just get a new job? Yeah, here we go. Here it is. Here it is. That's the photo. Got a new job? Get an upgrade. That's the future that we're veering towards as fast as we possibly can. I'm naturally ultra skeptical about almost every AI claim except for its ability to farm a fuck ton of data. And to be fair, remember everything they stole from the treasury. All of your data is being fed to Grok right now. Teenagers should be given a sex doll and permitted to date depending on the condition it's returned in. That's unironically kind of not a bad idea. Can we return to monkey or is it too late? Decent sub. Honestly, I agree with you. I would literally rather bring us back to like agrarian times than continue on this pathway. But unfortunately, I don't get to decide. If I got to decide, then there would be no AI at all. Period. I would launch it into the sun. But it is what it is. The Ann Prims were right. Jesus fucking Christ, I suppose. That doesn't make me very happy, but... Alright. Evolve to crab. That's the only option. So, that's it for today. I will see you guys tomorrow. We're going to raid somebody, so don't leave. We're going to raid a Cosmic Protocol band talking about the death of an empire. Looks pretty cool. Join the Discord. Thank you for watching. Back in my day, we thought ecofuturism would be a thing. Instead, we're going cyberpunk. Yeah, well... Everyone gets a mistake every now and again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And on Wednesday, EST time, I'm going to be having Cosmopolitics on. And we're going to have a little hangout session. So that'll be really fun. So I'll see you guys tomorrow and have a lovely evening.